Okay, so I guess I'll get started. Yeah, like I said, I'm Galen Mancino. I'm a developer and a contributor to the Arches project. It's really a pleasure to organize this and get developers back together. We last had a in-person developer meeting in March in Los Angeles, and it was such a phenomenal showing that I was inspired to just say, hey, let's make this happen again soon. Um, I'm really happy to see folks coming in today. Even if you can only stay for one session, I understand that, we're all coming in from different time zones. We appreciate your presence, and especially when it comes to our second session of the day, the group discussion, we strongly encourage you to ask away. Be as involved as you would like to be, because this community is for you, and your input and your involvement matters and makes it happen. We have a really great roster of presenters today. We have a total of 4 presentations. I'm just going to talk about format real quick. So the whole thing will be about 3 hours total. We are recording these sessions, so if you have to leave early, that's okay. We will be publishing them online with captions as well. And the first sessions, so sessions 1A and 1B, and sessions 3A and 3B are going to be simultaneous. They'll be on 2 tracks. It might be referred to, it's either track A or track 1 or track B, track 2. The A and 1 kind of got mixed up a bit, so don't feel scared if you see that language. But there are 2 tracks happening simultaneously. And we've kind of discussed, if one session ends a bit early, we encourage you to jump to the tail end of the other session happening on the other track. So as I mentioned, there'll be session 1, where we have a session by Stuart Marshall on Pythonic models. That's session A. And then at the same time, we'll have a session by Junaid Abdul Jabbar on support for Arches. And if you are at all at a loss for navigation, just remember that the website for the event has links to all of the sessions. So you don't need to worry about which exact Zoom link it is. And I'm just going to post that in the chat just so folks have that for convenience. There will be a 5-minute break in between every session. And as a reminder, where we are right now, we're on track A. This is sort of like the main track. This is where the group discussion will be. This will also be our sort of closing out session. So just remember to come back here. If you do end up at session 2, or sorry, track B. Apologies. If you end up at track B, you will see a sign saying, hey, there's nothing going on here. If there is in fact nothing going on there, and it'll direct you back here. It's taken a lot of effort to make this happen, and there will be a question and answer period at the end of each presentation. So the total block is around 50 minutes. Presenters can take up pretty much as much time as they would like. And you are encouraged to submit questions through the chat, or if you'd like to ask over audio or video, we ask that you virtually raise your hand. A couple of housekeeping notes. This is a Zoom meeting. It's not a webinar. So just remember to keep your microphone muted during presentations until the Q&A or the group discussion comes up. And we will have moderators to ask you or to kind of call on you to say, hey, you asked a question or you raised your hand, please go ahead. That'll be either myself in track B, or it will be Cyrus in track A. Also note that this meeting is being recorded. And as I mentioned, these recordings and the transcripts will be shared through the Arches Project YouTube for later viewing. So super excited to get even more viewers there. And we also have live captioning available You'll just need to press the closed caption button in the Zoom toolbar. One other note I want to talk about is that there is a follow-up developer meeting, an in-person developer meeting in the planning stages right now. The person to talk to about that is Phil Weir, but we are circling around, I think, late spring in Belfast, Northern Ireland. So please keep that on your radar. It's super exciting, and I hope folks can make it out there. I think that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna pass the mic over to Cyrus Hiatt, who will talk a little bit about our group discussion. Take it away, Cyrus.
Thanks, Galen. Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words about the discussion. There are a few issues that we just wanted to bring before the developer community. The first is the fate of the master branch, what we want to do with that branch, or whether we want to have that branch at all. Another issue is identifying a default strategy for merging PRs. We don't really have one right now. People have methods that they like, but it would be nice to really rally around a default solution there. And then the other thing is talking about performance in arches and things we have in mind for improving performance. So it really is intended to be a discussion, so we really want your participation. But if you're not interested in those topics, then maybe it's a good time to take a break, but we hope as many people join as possible. So with that, I'll guess we're going to take a break, and in track A, we'll be starting with, Phil and Stuart talking about Pythonic models for dashboarding, APIs, and permissions. So thank you.
So if you're here for that session, you can just stay on the call, and in 5 minutes it'll begin. And otherwise, if you would like to join session 1B for Junaid's session on SQL data import, that link is in our schedule. And just to avoid clutter, I'm not going to post that specific link, but check out our schedule. The link is there, and I will see you there if you are interested in that. So thanks, everyone. See you back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, just to introduce myself, I guess to start, my name's Stuart. I'm one of the software developers currently working at Flax and Teal. And over the last 6 months or so, I've been involved in a project where we're working with HED and we're using arches, and we've been trying to build a series of new features to sort of help improve functionality, fit the demands of sort of several different teams within HED, and adapt systems in arches to work with some of their more unique procedures and processes. And hopefully in turn, we're also making arches a little bit easier to develop with as well. A large chunk of the work that we're going to go through has actually been developed by Phil. And unfortunately, he can't be with us at the beginning of the talk, but I'm hoping he may appear at the end. So any more sort of technical questions, he may be able to help answer these as well. So just a brief overview of what we're going to begin over. We're going to take a look at the Arches ORM that was developed. This was designed to create an easy way to sort of interact with graphs and extract tile data from them, hopefully eliminating the need for using UUIDs all the time to pull nodes, and just making code a lot easier to sort of read and follow along with, which in turn should help improve bug fixing, make it a bit quicker to code, and improve with collaboration between developers. We're then going to have a little look at the permission structure, which we also implemented just to give better control over viewable resources for users and just look at how this works. And then finally, we're going to take a look at just a few different examples, well, I say a few, an example of the dashboards that we have designed like a plugin which integrates both these permissions and the ORM to create these dynamically changing custom dashboards for different teams and users. So just to start, we're going to look at the ORM. So I believe Phil has done a talk before about the ORM and demonstrated some of the stuff. So just to kind of like recap on what it is and what it does, and then we'll have a look at some of how it works basically. So the reason for creating this was to create a better way to interact with the graphs, so we can directly interact with like a person graph and then extract the tile data working through the structure and the schema of the graph to make everything a bit easier to understand. The reason for using an ORM is just it's familiar to web developers, already understand the importance of ORMs, and hopefully it will just create a shallower learning curve when picking this new plugin up. It also is helping to clean up our scripts. So it's just easier to read and write. Like I say, we don't have to look through a series of like UUIDs or have variable names that may get misconstrued or confused with when someone else starts to look at the code. And as I mentioned before, this should help with our processes in writing the initial code. And then if we need to make changes or fix bugs, we can hopefully pick up the logic and understand the data a bit better as well. When we use the ORM, we are dynamically creating classes from the resource models. So what this means, we don't have to hard code any of these structures in. Once we import the model through the ORM, it will generate these structures for us. And then we can just work through the node groups and get down to the actual nodes and pull the tile data that we want. And we do this through the use of the aliases that are on the graphs. So we can find those and then just work through the structures. And this helps us give that clearer view. So when we come to look at the code, we're able to see that structure in the graph, and we can relate directly to our graphs in Arches as well to find data in the UI if we need to. And because it's dynamically generating as well, this gives quite a lot of flexibility. We can make changes to those graphs, and then when we restart the instance, it will pull in that new structure, and then we can instantly access that data as well. And then the last point there, which just says we can assume that the model is not changed. So it just means once we've imported, that structure is not going to change until that system is restarted. So there's no concern that we might access the data in one way in one part of our code, and then later on we may have to make adjustments. It's always going to stay a constant for that. So what has happened since LA? So I believe this is when Phil was presenting it. So we have now integrated the permissions, which is what we're going to look at a bit later on as well. So when we pull from the ORM, it's going to take into account what resources are available to users as well, which helps to filter out and also speed up processing times for building those structures and getting the data. We can run the ORM from various sources. So it can run from a Django database. We can run it from a static JSON, and we can also run it through an Arches API as well. So it just means it's not stuck to being used on the server side. We can use it on the front end in notebooks and on the back end as well if we need to. We also it creates view models for semantic nodes and concepts. So if we're accessing like a concept, it's not going to pull through a UUID for us. It will actually pull through that string value, so we can read that and then use that in the data for filtering and sort of creating groups, which we'll see in an example that we have. It doesn't create any unnecessary tiles, so it's not creating any blank tiles from empty nodes. We've actually introduced lazy loading as well, so it doesn't actually access any of the tile data until it's needed, which helps speed up the processing time quite a bit. We have a proof of concept level for bulk insertion, so we can use the ORM now for importing larger data sets into our graph structures. And we've also got Spatialite working for Arches tests, so we don't have to boot up our entire Arches database to run tests. We can run them on a smaller database for speeding up the test times. So just an example of how it works, just run through some of the code. What we do initially is we import our model, our graph. So here we are importing the person model. And then once it's imported, we just need to instantiate a new instance of it. And then we can basically create a new tile, which is names.append. We're creating a new tile. And then within that tile, we can then add a full name to it. So we just add in the string value. And then we can also, because it'll be a many tile, I think, we can add another tile on top of the name, and when we can create a new name. So there'll be two names within this person, which we can then save out. So then within the ORM, we can then access this. We can do a searches to return lists. So we can use the where clause to search all person models for the full name, and then it will return us a list of persons. And we can also use the elastic search as well, just to search across all searchable nodes within that person graph, and that will return us a second list. Another example here is we can use a model within a model, so we can create the address model here. Again, we just access through the aliases for first line, second line, and city, and we can add string values in for these. And then Ash is our person, so that was a person model that's been created, and a new instance. And then onto the addresses node group, we can just append our address, and this will just add that into our person resource. So some of the technical details, just about how it works. So with Arches ORM, we are abstracting out of Arches and Django, just as we didn't want it to be heavily reliant on Arches. And this just means it has the potential to run outside of a typical server-side environment and potentially run on client side. So we can work with it on local data storage or configure it with an API to fetch data. It can also use multiple backends simultaneously, so allowing data to be pulled from multiple sources. This could be databases, static files, APIs, and this allows for us to sync data between two databases, or we could create loaders to read and transform data, which is essentially what we're doing with the dashboard. And then, as I've mentioned before, we can easily add new view models for the graphs and types that we create in Arches. And this just gives us that flexibility to change the data structures, use it within different projects, and it's always going to pull those graphs that we created. So here is an example of it just running in notebooks. So if I just play this, hopefully that's all right for everyone to see. So what's happening here, we're initially importing an API, so we're using the ORM with an Arches API. And then we are importing as admin just to get right accesses to everything. We then import the monument as we saw doing with a person initially. So that just brings our monument model into our code. And then here what we're doing is we are pulling all the monuments with a limit of 50. So it does take a little bit of time sometimes just to pull in the whole structure, as it has to rebuild all those tiles onto the actual graph. And then just as an example with the lazy loading here, so that's just completed now, the initial one. And then with lazy loading, it's almost instantaneous that it pulls through. And then what we can do is we can then access our node groups and then just through using dot notation, and we can go down to the node level, and then that will pull out the data that we have stored on our graph. And then, as I mentioned, we can then use that to sort of filter and create new groups that we can then use for various aspects of our code, or well, in our case, it was in building the new dashboards. So here, yeah, we're just looking through all the monument names and just pulling out anything containing public house. And then we can see that it will return just a list of 9 from that 500 initially. And then once we have that list, we can then pull further information from it. I believe we pull in the descriptions, or full address, sorry, yeah. And then we can pull the descriptions from this as well. So that's just an example of it in action. You can see it's quite quick and it's just handy. The code is quite readable, and then we can sort of understand how our graphs are structured if we need to edit data or find it in UI or anything like that. So permissions. So the next thing that we're going to look at is the permission structure that we created. So what have we implemented? So we created a permission structure to allow for easier control of read and write access to certain resources for different groups. And it basically allows us to show only what is necessary to each team. But no, not only with the teams, we can add, create different levels of access within those teams as well. So we basically have been using groups to define our teams and then our structures within the teams. And then we are using sets and logical sets to define the resources, and then applying read-write accesses to those resources for the groups. So to hopefully make it a little bit clearer, because it does get confusing sometimes, I created this diagram just to give an overview of what is happening. So essentially what we're doing is we're creating a root group and a root set. So this would just be used as the admin sort of account. And this would essentially have access to everything. And then from the root group, you would then create your child groups. So as an example here, we just have maybe like a super admin and an admin. And then from there, we could split out into the different teams and then create your different levels of access if you wanted managers, users, admins, again, for different teams. And then each group is then linked to a set. So they'll have their different sets or logic sets as well. So we can have dynamically updating sort of resources. And then we apply that to those groups. So essentially the root set will inherit all the resources from the groups below. So that has everything in it. And then as you sort of go down the chain, you're adding more restrictions to what people can see and view. And again, we can handle that on like read-write access as well. So we could just add like write access or read access to some groups, or give them read and write as well. So how do we do this? Just to step through some of the code to explain how it's all set up. So what we initially do is we create a new person. So we just give them a name, Ash, and then we assign them an actual Django user. So that is linked into their person account. And then we'll create a new activity as well, and then we'll save that. So We then assign permissions just for viewing the resource instances. But even after applying this, they still won't have access to those resources. In order for them to gain access, what we'll need to do is we need to put the resource into the root set. So we apply that activity into the root set. And then we add the person to the root group as well. So Ash is part of the root group. We then need to apply the root group permissions to the root set. So we add read write permissions onto that root set from within that group. And then once this has been applied, Ash will then be able to see that activity within the root set. And then from there, we can then create these nested sets and nested groups. So we can create a new nested set with a new activity. So we'll just add that in. If we don't nest this underneath, basically the root group won't be able to see any of these nested activities. So, I mean, there might be times where that's useful. I guess when you're splitting things, you don't want different groups to see it. But for the initial sort of root group, we do want them to have access to everything. So we just nest them, nest that underneath the set. And we then add the subgroup. So we'll just create a new user here, Jim. We give him his user account, and then we append him to our new subgroup as one of the members, and then we save that group. And then what we do is we give the root group permissions to the subgroup to allow them to see those resources that are linked with our subgroup. So once we apply those permissions, basically you'll have Ash will be able to see both the activity and the sub activity, while Jim will only be able to view the sub activity. You won't be able to see that initial one that's in the root set. So then from there, we can then create various different groups and structure it however we need to structure it for the teams. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, here we are adding the permission to the subset as well. So yeah, once those permissions are applied, everyone can see the relevant sets that they apply. So that's basically how the permissions work, which we do have implemented and working in our project at the moment. And some future plans for it is we currently don't have this working for node graph permissions, so it only works like per resource, and we can't hide or show different graph elements, like different node groups for the graphs, which I believe is something that can be done in Django already, but it's just not implemented in. So it'd be nice if we could add that additional control in to the permission structure as well. As is often sort of node groups you might not want users to access on a resource, so being able to have that more granular control could be quite useful for everyone. So then finally we come on to the dashboard. So this is an example basically of a plugin that we created using both the ORM and the permissions to sort of pull data and control what's being seen by certain users. So what was the need for these dashboards to be created? And basically the different teams wanted an easier way to navigate through the resources that they had. So when they created a resource, they also were creating these tasks for each resource. So it wasn't the case of just creating one and it was done. They often needed to jump back into a resource and fill out more information, and this could be spread across several team members. So they essentially needed to create a task when a section was completed to notify the relevant team and the relevant group within that team that they needed to act on this resource, this application, and make an edit to it. There was also multiple teams that wanted to show this, and they each wanted to show something different dependent on different resources. So there wasn't sort of like a one-hit dashboard for it. We needed to make it dynamic for each user. And it didn't just go down to team level, it also in some cases went down to like individual users that maybe been highlighted on a resource that needed to make a change to it, and things like that. So it was just an easier way for them to keep track of what's important without having to sift through all the search criteria on the main search page on Arches. So this is an example of what we created. So this is the tasks. Each box represents the tasks that were created. And then we were pulling out different information depending on what they needed. So from each resource, they had specific things they wanted to see, which would highlight for them what was important and what changes need to be done. So we had to just make sure we had a card that enabled them to see what they needed to see, and then could do additional things such as like open into the workflows. So this will actually open into different workflows depending on what state the resource is in. And then we also had additional sort of total things. Showing that there's another example of a second dashboard here where we are showing different statuses and hierarchy types. And again, we tried to keep a similar design just for ease, but this is actually pulling out different information from a different resource as well. So yeah, it was, the challenge mainly was to allow it to update and sort of keep that main structure. So how did we go about doing this? The plan was to initially create it on a single endpoint, which created a dashboard endpoint. And then within that endpoint, we then implemented a strategy pattern based on the teams. So depending on which team, which user was accessing, we could use the groups to then identify which team they were part of. And we could apply different logic to what needed filtering by pulling from the ORM and checking certain nodes to see what state the resource was in. And then once that was done, we could then use the ORM to build the new data structure to only send through the information that we needed to the front end rather than having to send everything for the whole resource, which wasn't overly useful for the user. Oh, sorry. Chat. So yeah, so this is some of the code. So initially, like I say, we're using the ORM. So we're pulling in the person model. So first thing we do is to just find that user account for them. So we find the actual person resource from the the Django user ID. And then once we have that, we can then pull all the groups and we can search through the group members to find which groups the user is a part of. And then what we can do is select the appropriate strategy based on that group so that we can apply the correct filtering. So we set it up to allow a user to be part of multiple groups. So, I mean, in the cases that we actually have, they're only pulling through a certain type, but in the future, if someone was part of multiple groups, they could essentially pull in different resources depending on teams and have them all show on one dashboard as well. And then we also have things here just for pulling through the resources. We have the counters at the top just to display different things. And we can choose different sort options depending on what data we're pulling through. So yeah, here we are just pulling the groups. So this, essentially, like I said before, we're just pulling all the groups in to then check through the members to see if they are part of the group, and then that allows us to select the appropriate strategy. Again here, so this is an example of us filtering the initial tasks. So we can use consultations.all from the ORM to pull all the consultations, but because we have the permissions set up, it won't pull everything that exists. It actually only pull what is relevant to the user, which will help sort of speed up the processing times. We then have an additional filter here just for filtering by name structure that we have for those consultations for this team. And then again here, what we're doing is we are checking through each consultation that we have, and we're just pulling relevant nodes here that are used for our filtering process. So for one of the teams, there was often quite complex logic in how we decided what was a relevant task. It had to be a certain status. That also had to be a type, and then if it was assigned to someone, it's not been shown to them. If it wasn't, it was going to be shown to a manager. If it was reassigned, it then needed to be shown to that person. So yeah, there was quite complex logic in what was being pulled and shown, but it was easy enough to sort of follow along because we're using the ORM to see what our nodes are. And then the second sort of part of our strategy was to actually build the data. So once we've filtered the correct resources, we then again use the ORM to pull the nodes that we need. And then we can just pull the relevant information. So we don't need to pull everything from the tile. So here we're just pulling like certain parts of the address. So we don't have to show, we had maybe like 6 different lines for the address. We don't have to pull that all. We can just show sort of a smaller view. And then we can also manipulate the data in between. So we're pulling dates and times. We could just convert that to a simpler day, month, year, rather than showing the times as well. And then we can pass that all through to the front end. And then finally, this is just the new data structure that we created from our initial consultation. So we can just pull through things like ID. We can have a state, like the task types as a state for the actual task, so that we can then manipulate the front end to display it correctly. We can pull through things like name, status, and then similar to the nodes that we had before. And we can add a nice trick here is we had the response slug, which works with our workflow builder, or our open workflow builder, which allowed us to open workflows into certain sections of the step if they weren't completed. So this means we could, for one team, we could open up different workflows in the exact step that they needed to see something as well. So then we just send that through as JSON data back to the front end, and then that can just populate those cards to allow the task to be seen. So yeah, future updates, there's still maybe there's always tweaks and stuff you can do to these things. So I think we're a bit more flexibility with the card components would be nice. At the moment, it's changing data can be hard to sort of create a universal card component for it. It'd be nice if it was something that could dynamically change to just display different bits of information without having to build a new component each time. We'll also be good to maybe look at pulling more visual information, such as maps or image data, things like that, to display on the cards, which we don't currently have. And then another example would be maybe to create these custom dashboards. So a user could do it through the UI just by sort of defining an advanced search, and then we could just pull through the relevant information from that advanced search, and then they basically can just create dashboards on the fly as they go. So yeah, that's pretty much everything. So yeah, thanks for listening. Hopefully it's been informative of what we've been doing, and yeah, happy to answer any questions that people might have. Yeah, Rob.
Hey, Stuart. Thanks so much for that. That was really great. I'm super interested in uh, well, everything that you showed, but in particular, I would say the first bit where you were focusing on the ORM stuff. Um,
Yeah.
and I'm curious about what the ability as an application developer. I really want to use something like the ORM to build specific kinds of Arches applications, like for specific, let's say, like business cases. Um, And one of the things I want to be able to do is actually, like you would with the Django model, um, extend, the functionality of those models, like take the model class and add methods to it, etc. And I'm
Yeah.
wondering if there's any provision for that in the current Arches ORM slash maybe an idea in my mind is like, was there any consideration for actually rendering these things down to Python classes like in a file? Because my understanding, again, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is that this process actually generates those classes dynamically from the resource models. And so that's where I'm kind of trying to
Yeah.
understand, how would I do that kind of technique here? And or is there an opportunity to actually create those classes in a file like that? Thanks.
Yes, so there is a way to add additional things. I mean, like I said, Phil has done most of this work, so he probably knows it better than me. But he has a series of sort of wrappers on all the classes, so that you can add additional functionality, and we can call things from the sort of Django models as well. So I think there is a way definitely to add on top of this, so we can add extra functionality in. But yeah, maybe yeah, I could maybe get Phil hopefully to elaborate on that at some point for you.
Great. Yeah. I'm very interested because we kind of find ourselves going down similar roads. And I was tempted I wanted to use this Arches ORM work that I know Phil has been putting so much time into. And then I'm trying to figure out how we can get over some of these hurdles. So I really appreciate it. I mean, a follow-up question, which is, this is a leading question because I already know the answer to it, but I think for the group, how do we get access to the Arches ORM? Can we access the code? Can we use it today?
I actually don't know. I think so. Yeah.
I believe the answer is yes, and there's a repo that is available.
You know better than me.
Yeah, and I don't know particularly all the ins and outs of it, and that's maybe actually another thing that would be nice to have more just documentation or clarity around, like because I know there are people who want to use it.
Yeah, no, definitely. There needs to be a bit more documentation on it, which I guess is a sort of work in progress at the moment. I have myself trying to figure out a lot of it from Phil as well, but yeah, we I guess it'd be good for us to work on more documentation to allow people to use this a bit easier, because yeah, it is super handy to use.
Yeah, that is great. Thank you so much, Stuart.
Cheers. Don't know if there's any other questions at all. Harry, yes.
Harry has a question, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my question was similar to what Rob's secondary question there was just in clarifying when you were going over in the beginning kind of access to Arch's specific resource models. I was just interested where that was documented, or like and maybe this is a bit of a misunderstanding, honestly, on my part, when we were going over that in the beginning, but it looked like the Python package you were using suggested like Arch's resource models that were like more specific than just a resource instance, which I guess is this Arch's ORM. So yeah, I was just interested in where that would be documented, if anywhere, at the moment. But
yeah, I don't think it is documented at the moment. There, like I said, there is the repo, but whether it's all in there, I'm unsure at the moment. Yeah, so we're gonna have to sort of catch up with Phil on to get you more info on.
Thank you.
Jacob, yeah.
Thanks, Stuart, for this presentation. This is exciting, and I'm pleased to be able to see some worked examples of how to use this functionality. So thanks for that. To kind of follow up on Rob's question about, you can possible alternatives you could imagine that, and maybe this is all moot, once I have the opportunity to have a look at what you guys have done. And I know you've mentioned there's ways to access the functionality on the Django models, for instance. But let's imagine that there's something that's not yet implemented there, and let's just imagine that there's some functionality that's like trapped on the Django models. You guys, it looks like have done a lot of work to optimize the Arch's ORM models with this lazy loading and all this stuff. But you can imagine an alternative implementation where to access that functionality that's trapped on the Django models, you don't want to have to pay the cost of creating two kinds of models, like doing some of the work with the Arch's ORM models in a really optimized way, but then having to pay the cost of like crossing the boundary and instantiating the Django models and then doing business over there. So like I said, maybe this is not a problem and Phil's already worked everything out, in which case, hallelujah. But imagine a world where that's not the case. And somebody was working on an alternative implementation that was like Django native. What would be the most important things to focus on for like API standardization? Like what, because you mentioned that this is like, you can exchange data with front ends, with static JSON. Like what would be the most important thing for that implementer to like focus on in order to make it swappable with the work that you've done?
In all honesty, I'm not 100% sure on this, just because mainly this is what Phil's been doing. I was hoping he might jump on to answer some of these more in-depth questions, but looks like he's not here at the moment. I know that there has been some functionality within the models that he has been able to then implement onto the ORM models as well. So I think that is possible to do. How he goes about it, I'm not sure. I think it's built through a series of like wrappers that wrap the classes, and then we can add that functionality in to call from the original models and some of those functions. But yeah, sorry, the in-depth I don't know. I don't know too much actually.
No worries, just couldn't pass up the opportunity to pick your brain about it. The one follow-up I have would be, what does the serialization look like for the front end? Is it really just like a flat list of key value pairs for node alias tile data, node alias tile data? Like, is that what you're exchanging with the front end?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, it's just like running through that graph structure of those aliases and then just pulling the tile data as it's needed. Yeah.
Cool. Well, that sounds good. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Any further questions at all?
Looks like Andy's got a question in the chat, but can't get his mic working.
Can you clarify the permissions are extending the standard permissions, or is it a separate system? So the permissions is a separate system at the moment to the standard permissions that we have implemented. And in languages, I'm not sure if things have been handled for multilingual systems at the moment, just because we haven't had a need to do it on the project we're doing. But yeah, I think this could be something that is integrated. So. Oh, here's Phil. There you go. Let Phil's come now. So he may be able to answer some of these more in-depth questions.
Yeah, apologies for the delay, folks. Thanks, Stuart. I just got the end of that one was on multilingual for, I assume, for the ORM. So if so, yes. Basically, what we've done is we've subclassed strings such that we've added some extra methods. So you can take the string and it behave as a normal string and pass all these instance checks. But you can also do .lang and put whatever language you want in, so EN or NL, etc. And it'll translate it if the translation's available. We haven't done anything about fallbacks. So if you try and translate it into something that doesn't exist, it's just blank. But I guess that's a broader question. And then in terms of the GraphQL, I think I was trying to remember if this is actually merged or not, but looking at taking it from the request, but at least that it's a parameter. So then within GraphQL, we have to send it back as a raw string, but we try and do it from either from the variable or, as I say, I think I've got a attempt to take it from the request and pick the language on that basis. Hopefully that answered the correct question.
I don't know if there's any further questions. Jacob, I don't know if you want to ask that question again to Phil that you had been asking. You might be able to answer
Sure,
it more in depth.
take a stab at it. Hi, Phil.
Yeah.
The question I just asked a minute ago was along the lines of a question Rob was asking about, you know, how you either directly subclass or otherwise re-implement functionality available on the Django models, which, you know, may or may not be important for every use case, but you can imagine use cases where you're, whatever, you may find yourself wishing you had access to, you know, functionality available just directly with Django model instances. So I was curious, A, you know, if that was a consideration, and then B, if it wasn't, you know, if there was an alternative implementation that you know, prioritize that, what would they need to do to sort of adhere to the very clean API you've laid out here? Like, what would be the most important things to try to adhere to make it swappable?
Okay, sure. Sorry, there's a bit of background noise here. Oops. So yeah, that's a really good question. Basically, the how would you say it? The pattern that we've used is view models. So a view model represents kind of rendering of a type in Python, and then you can reach back from there to the original data, but that view model essentially just is what people see. So in the string case, as I say, we've subclass string, and that's the view model, and then whatever the backend is, you get that. With the user, so some of you might know we have a user data type. That actually gives you back the Django user as a Django object. So to answer your question about right now, by default, we're just going with the Python types for the view models where possible. So for example, concepts get rendered as an enum, resources get rendered as our Arches ORM type. But you could implement a view model fairly straightforwardly, or subclass R view models. Basically, we do it as a mix-in. So you can have whatever base type you want, and then you can pull in the mix as the actual Django model. And you could probably use our user type as an example of that one. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and that's it sounds like some of those examples have to do with like node data, but what I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. What about just like the Python classes themselves? Like in the example from this presentation, we had class person. You know,
Yep.
is the interface to the underlying like resource instance Django model?
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Yes. So you can get back, in that particular case, when you're dealing with a resource, you can get back the resource model with, I think it's _.resource in the latest version. And that'll give you back the actual, I think it's arches.app.models.resource as opposed to resource instance. But yeah, so you can do that. For maybe some of the other types like concepts, you could implement the view model. But yeah, for resources, you don't even have to do that. You can just reference the resource directly because that'll be loaded. Now, maybe a slight subtlety is that because we've got multiple backends, that's the case for the Arches Django backend, where really we're kind of under the hood just working with the Arches Django models. But for example, if we I think Stuart might have showed the example where we were doing it in front of the API, thanks to some really great work by Stuart. Then in that case, even though it looks the same, then we don't have Django loaded at all. So you could implement view models in Django, but there wouldn't be there's no guarantee there's a Django database even accessible if you're running it as on client side. But your code would be the same, basically. So yeah, if you're running it in the Django, what we call the Arches_Django backend, then yes, we've got models that you can reach into. But if you've got it backed onto GraphQL or the resource API, then what's actually behind the hood is not Django. So you could implement it, but you'd be kind of doing it artificially.
Cool. Thanks. That's very helpful.
Yeah, no worries.
Don't know if there's any other further questions.
Just to say thank you, Stuart, for presenting that, and apologies I wasn't here any earlier, but yeah, no, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, it looks like we have only 2 minutes left anyway, so we kind of landed right on time. So yeah, Stuart, thank you. This was a really great presentation. Appreciate it. So now we can take a short break and we'll meet back here at 9:10. So, or I guess that would be 5:10 in the UK. So, all right. Thanks, everybody.
Take it away, Junaid.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Galen, for organizing this virtual developer meeting and the opportunity to talk about the SQL data import pipeline that we are using. So yeah, I am Junaid Abdul Jabbar, working as the database developer for Mapping Archaeological Heritage in South Asia project. It's also referred to as MAHSA project. MAHSA project is based at University of Cambridge and is generously funded by the Arcadia. So in this session, I'm going to talk about a bit of a background of the project, some of the challenges that we have faced while structuring our database, and then our day-to-day practice, how we are digitizing the data, and then the use of SQL data import pipeline to import data into Arches. So MAHSA project is focused on documentation of the endangered archaeology and cultural heritage of Indus River Basin and surrounding areas that make most part of Pakistan and Northwest India. The data is being made available using the Arches database platform. Project is a collaborative research output with a built-in series of development and training programs to ensure long-term sustainability. When the project started, we started working with Arches version 5.1. And we have been upgrading as the new releases have been made available to benefit from the new features. And we are currently on version 7.6, upgrading to version 7, currently on version 7.5.0 and upgrading to 7.6 very soon. So one of the challenges that we faced in the beginning was the complexity of site records and that we were working with. So in legacy data, we have really complex records of sites. For example, same site has been recorded by different authors using a variation of attributes and location data. For example, in the image here, you can see this is an example of a site Banawali, which is documented by 5 different authors with a variation in location. And the actual site is the one shown in orange color by Singh et al. 2008. And then the authors also have documented different cultural periods and stuff like that. So this has basically, data sets like this have basically allowed us to devise the structure for our resource models. And this is just one example. We are dealing with like thousands of complex site records like this. Also, depending on our requirement for data, and looking at the example resource models, we ended up having a big heritage location resource model, which has nested multiples. We did a lot of discussion about the structure of the resource model, both internally with our stakeholders and also on the Arches community forum, because in this example, we have a heritage location which can have multiple condition assessments, and then each condition assessment can have multiple disturbance or damage states. What's the state, what's the concept for the disturbance or damage and its description. So we have nested multiples like this. Initially, we thought we will keep the condition assessment in a separate resource model. But then we had a discussion about the research Arches search capability across resources, across resource models. I think that is in development and would be available. But for now, we moved the condition assessment branch back into the heritage location resource model. And that means that now we have to deal with the nested multiples and then consequently the data import for the nested multiples. Now, to bring both of these things together, the complexity of site records, the nesting of the heritage location resource model, we looked into what would be the best or the most efficient way for our team to work. for day-to-day data digitization. We looked into making some Excel-based bulk import templates. We do have that template, but that missed the spatial component if we wanted to work in a like a rich GIS environment. And the team also wanted to work collaboratively, because this variation, sometimes this one site record could fall into the area of another person who are working closely on the boundaries, and they wanted to look at all the data points together. So after a lot of trial and testing, we worked with making a geo package, but then it has the SQLite limitations. So eventually we deployed our centralized Postgres instance, made the structure of our resource model in that database. And then one of our teammates, John, basically worked on this QGIS form, which is sort of like it's same, it has tabs for different branches, and it also has different constraints, like to ensure unique MAHSA IDs. Then in case of concepts, you can have drop-down lists. So just same as arches. And the way these drop-down lists are getting populated, so I've written some SQL queries that export the data from arches thesaurus into a usable format for our this centralized database. We are referring it to as CDB for day-to-day work. So yeah, the team has been digitizing data on this. They have like all the reference layers open in QGIS, comparing the attributes and location and collating the data. So from here on, we looked into our options for nested data import that were available back then. So one, as the documentation mentions, one is the JSON import, which is a bit complex, but like it's you can make it, but it's also primarily intended for transferring business data between arches instance. And then through some earlier discussions with on the community forum, and thanks to Ryan, Rob, and Dennis, they shared tutorial for SQL import when it was being developed. So I had a look at that, and it was much more flexible and faster than the CSV data import. And as the documentation mentions, especially useful to migrate data from a SQL database into arches. So we already had a centralized instance of Postgres for daily data digitization. Now we needed to work on this pipeline so that we can push data into arches. To connect both these instances, the CDB and the arches database, I'm using foreign data wrappers in Postgres. You can make the foreign data wrapper using the by creating the extension of a Postgres FDW. Then you have to create the foreign server object along with the user mapping that is allowed to access the foreign database, and then you can import the tables and schema from this foreign database. So this is one directional. So we can only access our CDB from within the arches database and not the other way around. And the CDB is secured on multiple levels by SSL enabling. And then each user has, they have their own username and passwords. We are also taking the backups of the database on daily basis using cron jobs and on Raspberry Pi. Yeah, this basically provides sort of a live link. So as soon as the data is available in the CDB, it can be queried through the Arches Postgres in a live way. So once this was set up, I started working on basically creating writing the SQL import pipeline. So the way it works is that it allows you to create relational schemas for your resource models. There are a few functions that you need to run, and these are also mentioned in the user documentation. There have been slight updates since version 7 has been released. Like in the first example, in the first query, where you if you want to create a schema for all the published resource models, you can run the Arches create resource model views function and from the graph table, and apply a number of filters. Like if you want to use only the published resource model, then you can say where publication ID is not null. because the graphs table also has branches, so you apply the filter of is resources true, and then from the JSON B object, you can remove the Archie system setting resource model. So this block of code SQL query would create a relational schema for all of the resource models that are published resource models that are in your Archie instance. Similarly, if you want to create the relational schema for a particular resource model, you can pass it the graph ID, like make it really specific, and then you have relational schema for only that resource model. So our heritage location resource model is now in form of like 45 views, because it tries to keep that hierarchy of one-to-many and parent-child, so that we can have the nested data import in Arches. So yeah, this is just a subset of the views, but like they are total 45 in number. And each of this schema comes up with a view named as instances. This is the view where you actually register the resources. So if in terms of CSV import, it's you can import the data using legacy IDs. So in the relational schema, this is handled in the instance view. So in this query over here, insert into heritage location, which is the schema, and then the instances is the view. And then I am adding resource instance and legacy ID, which is basically referred to as MAHSA ID in our day-to-day digitization. So in our CDB, I'm already using triggers populating the UUIDs. So I'm just from this foreign table, FT, HL resources, I'm selecting UUID and MAHSA ID and inserting into the heritage location instances. So now once it's populated, all the subsequent views can be populated. Otherwise, it gives a error that this resource instance ID does not exist in the instances view. So going on to the next part, these SQL queries have to be made for different data types, depending on how the data is stored in Arches Postgres. So since internationalization, all the text columns have been converted into JSON-B a data type. And for a simple object where there is only one language, for example, English is enabled in Arches, the JSON object would look like with the language code, and then the value of the string like amber with the direction left to right. And if, for example, there are more languages, like in our case, we are dealing with English, Urdu, and Hindi, it would look something like this. So like different nested JSON objects with language codes. So the English is amber, then there's Hindi. Both English and Hindi are left to right, and then there's Urdu right to left. So yeah, it looks like this. So there are quite a few nodes that are of string type in our resource model. So I decided to make a small function for it, PLPG SQL function, which is basically a build lang JSON. It takes text value and language code as input. And if the text value is null, it just returns null instead of like creating a empty JSON object with all these language codes and no data within them. But if there is some text value, it would find the right language and insert that text into that JSON object. So yeah, this now to use this function within the queries, here is an example of how I am importing the data for heritage location name branch or heritage location schema, and then the name view. So first of all, there is tile ID, then name. I have commented out name type because this is a concept type. I'll show this in the next slides. And then the resource instance ID. So to create the tile IDs, I'm using the Postgres function UUID generate v4. This is, if not available, this can be created using the UUID extension for Postgres. Then we call the function build lang JSON, the name column, and the language code is English. and then the resource instance ID. So all of this is coming from the foreign table HL name that is available in our CDB. Somewhat similar, like again in the JSON structure, we have the URL data type in the resource models. So it also needs to be imported in the JSON format, but it's without the language tags, language codes. So again, if we want to insert data in heritage location external source, tile ID, external reference, and resource instance, create the UUIDs, then build the JSON object. So you have to, for the URL key, you have to populate a valid URL that comes from the external reference column. And then in the URL label, you can write anything that the user will see in the report. And when they click it, it will basically open the URL. So it's mentioned as view external source here. And then the resource instance ID from a foreign table in our CDB, THL_external source. Going on to the concepts type. So basically, we need to import the UUIDs for the concepts. So in our CDB, we are using concepts as like labels, like the name type would be alternate name or primary name. And then for importing it to arches, we need to convert those values into UUIDs. So there are two functions here. One is arches get node ID from view column, where you pass the schema name, the view name, and the column name, and it gives you the UUID for that node. And then the second function, arches get labels for concept node, will give an output like this. It gives the value ID and the value. So you can basically compare the data, match it against the value, and get the value UUID. So to use it in the insert statements, there is this with query, which basically creates a sort of a temporary table for the scope of the query. So it's named as name type, and it includes the table that we just saw on the last slide. And inserting into location.name, we have tile ID name and name type along with the resource instance. Again, the name is getting populated by the build and JSON, and then to get the concept UUIDs, I'm getting value UUID from the name with query, name type with query, where value is basically matching the name type that is coming from the FT_HL name from CDB. And yeah, it inserts the UUID into the relevant views, and we have the data in arches. So this was for the concepts. For concept list, it's like a bit more, slightly more complex, because concept list requires the UUID arrays. So I wrote a function to do that. I think there is room for some improvement in this function. But what it does is that it like makes use of the two functions to get all the concepts, UUIDs and concept labels. So it has arguments of schema name, view name, column name, and the concept list data. And it returns a UUID array. So there are some variable declared, but then it basically executes a query where it's trying to unnest. So if I pass it comma separated list of concepts, it basically makes a nested array of it. And then for each concept in that array, it runs that query where it's trying to match the concept with the concept returned by this set of queries over here, and get its UUID. And then it basically, I'm appending an array of concept list UUIDs. So it loops over each concept and get all the UUIDs and append this in this array, and which is returned by the function. So if I run the function like this, select arches get UUIDs concept list, passing it the schema name, the view name, the column name, and then the column from the table, which includes the concept list values. It returns me an output like this, which is accepted by arches. as a valid entry for concept list. Right. So going on to the import resource instances. So again, like previously there were two ways to have resource relationships. One was like probably, if I can refer to it as the standard resource relationships. But then there is this resource instance. We are only making use of resource instance node now. And it also requires the data in a particular format. It's also JSONB data type. So it requires the resource ID, which is basically the resource ID, UUID of the target resource in Arches. Then the ontology property, which is here was assessed by the resource. X resource ID can be left empty because this is the unique relationship ID and it gets populated automatically. And then there is the inverse ontology property. Yeah, that we need in Arches. So there is a format that it requires, and to do this, this is a set of SQL queries. So I am basically again using the with query, but in our CDB we are relating to resources using MAHSA IDs rather than UUIDs. So again, I need to get the UUID of the resource by referring it to the MAHSA ID. So making use of the person organization schema and then the instances view within it. I'm getting the resource instance ID and the legacy ID with this with query. And in the insert heritage location assessment activity, we are tile ID assessor, which is the resource instance node, and then again resource instance ID. So the select query looks like this. Again, there is a UUID, and then we need to have a JSON object within an array. So the way JSON object is being created, it has a resource ID. Here I'm getting the UUID from the with query by comparing it with the MAHSA assessor ID. The ontology properties are coming from the assessor underscore forward ontology column. This is left empty, and then inverse ontologies are again coming from another column. If there is if you are not storing it in the column, then maybe you can just pass it as a text here. While I present, I also have some questions. I haven't tried out how this would work if we want to use like a collection for these relationships over here. I know from the interface you can choose a collection and then use concepts from there. So maybe we pass the UUIDs over here, but this is something I need to test and see. Yeah, and then the resource instance ID from HL from the foreign table assessment activity. And this will import the resource instance data into Arches. Going on to the resource instance list, again, it's many JSON objects within an array. So yeah, like this is one relation, this is the second relation, then there is a third relation. And this can also be like, maybe if it's coming from one resource model, or if the heritage location resource model is connected to more than one other resource model, like person organization or historical map or activity. So there are quite some possibilities of making those relationships using the resource instance list. To do this, I am again using a with query, but within the with query, I'm getting data from two views. One is like get the resource instance ID and legacy ID from historic map schema, and then instances, and then the information resource model schema, again instances. I've unioned these because the columns are same and referred to as related IDs. Then there is another query, which is basically related resources, which is selecting data from FTHL resources relationships table, joining it with the query that with the with query on the basis of MAHSA IDs again. So it creates the related resource MAHSA ID with the legacy ID or MAHSA ID over here. And it tries to get the UUIDs, which is getting populated over here. And then the ontology properties coming from the table to build a JSON object. Because there can be many, like it's a join. So there are more than one JSON objects returned for a resource instance ID. So I am doing a group by resource instance ID over here and aggregating those JSON objects to make the structure that I just showed on the last slide. And yeah, it works when it's pushed into the view. You can see the resource instance list that are correctly populated in Arches. Okay, yep. Going on to the nested data import, like covering the example of condition assessment over here. This part we have already seen, like this is just getting the UUIDs for the overall condition and inserting it into the condition assessment view for heritage location resource schema. So the tile ID, now we need to, because we have some child for the condition assessment, we need to keep track of tile ID. So in our CDB, I have already populated the column known as condition assessment parent tile ID with the UUIDs, which I'm, instead of creating in the select query, the tile IDs here stay same. And these are passed from this column into tile ID. And the rest we have seen already in other examples. And when we go towards the child, like if you want to populate the condition recommendation description type, which is 2 nodes of condition recommendation assignment and type. Over here in this view, you will find a column that is named as condition assessment. So to make that link for this, you can again like generate the tile IDs using UUID generate 4. But for this column, condition assessment, I need to pass the same CA parent tile ID over here so that it knows that this is the child of that tile to correctly represent it in Arches. Yeah, and this is coming from this foreign table. So these are most of the complex like data types, but once the queries are ready, you can like use it for all the values in the table, and it works pretty well. Looking into the geometries type, so there are the views are dealing with geometry in the form of geom Postgres type. So if you have data in WKT format, you will need to do conversion, but from our CDB, the data is already coming in the geom format. So here I'm getting a concept for geometric qualifier, then doing the insert, and the node name for geometry is spatial coordinates geometry, where I'm passing the geometry for that resource. And we have 2 tables in our CDB. One is the heritage location, geographic location point, and then the polygon. So the query is pretty much the same for both to push geometry. And then you have to run the SQL select static from refresh adjacent geometries to see these geometries on the map in Arches.
Junaid,
So
we have about 6 minutes left. I'm wondering if you wanted to maybe wrap up in the next minute or 2, and then we can open up to Q&A.
All right, I'll wrap up. Yeah. So yeah, this is just some views of how the sample imported data looks into Arches after indexing it. So this is the search page. Then over here, we can see all the relationships that were imported through SQL data pipeline, and also a view of the report page. So yeah, it's providing a lot of control over data import. We can update, delete, or insert single branches or nodes. It's faster. You just need to spend time for SQL queries and functions to be ready. But like it does require data validation checks. We are doing that at the CDB level. And then from the discussion that I have had, I don't think there is a way to mark that authoritative or provisional using the SQL import. So this is something to look into further. However, so we do have this pipeline working and we are using it to digitize data on daily basis, but there are new features available that can allow us to improve this. For example, there is a fix for the HTTP authorization for geodesic URL. There is a QGIS plugin for Arches thanks to Sam's work. Then there is a bulk data manager, tile and branch, Excel import options. And then there is also a new permissions framework with groups and sets thanks to Phil's work. So what we would like to do once we have processed this complex data set from the legacy data, we would want to use Arches as the data store and connect it with QGIS using the GeoJSON URL and QGIS plugin, and gradually phase out CDB once we have processed all that data. So yeah, we are looking towards that. We will soon be upgrading to version 7.6 and start setting this up. This is something to do on my part. I would really like to contribute to the Arches user documentation for the SQL import, or if it's appropriate, maybe this presentation can be referred for now. But yeah, I would like to contribute to the user documentation. So thank you, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry to rush you through that. I feel like there's some good slides there towards the end. But maybe it'll come up in the Q&A. So yeah, without further delay, do folks have questions? Please submit them in the chat, or you can raise your hand virtually, which I'm struggling to figure out how that actually works, but if folks are thinking of questions, I actually have a question. Do you have insights into how Arch's infrastructure could better suit this kind of use case? Like I'm thinking about if there were a generic solution to do what you're trying to do that someone else could use, what would that look like? What recommendations do you have or ideas do you have?
Yeah, I mean, again, it would like depend on how the data is being digitized on day-to-day basis. We were because we had this centralized Postgres instance that we were using to digitize data, it really helped us to make this live connection and use this SQL data pipeline to import data. But I mean, if there are like CSV files or something like that, it might be more suitable for that type of data to be imported to the bulk data manager. But definitely, if you are structuring a Postgres for your day-to-day digitization, then this would be a very nice pipeline to have in place. Yeah. Does that answer your question, Galen?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Sorry, I don't know how to raise my hand.
Go for it.
A great presentation, Junaid. I really appreciate you sharing it. It's lots of great stuff there. In fact, I have several questions, but I will limit myself to just one for now. And that is, with all your work in using SQL to update Arch's views, which is exactly what it's meant to do, I'm wondering whether you have now some insights in how to improve indexing into Elastic as part of the workflow as you start to update instances. It seems like it'd be really nice to be able to do targeted re-indexing into Elastic. I'm just wondering if you have any ideas based on your work.
Yeah, I think not primarily on the indexing part for Elasticsearch, but to make this whole pipeline a bit efficient, I have last operation types in CDB, where you can see what was the last operation done for a resource instance, whether it was insert or update, and you can compare it with the last time the SQL import was run. So instead of to find the differential by comparing the timestamps, and you can only push those updates into Arches. But yeah, I haven't looked at how to improve the Elasticsearch part.
I've been thinking for a while now, it'd be really convenient to be able to initiate an index just via SQL as part of an update.
Yeah.
Got a quick comment from Tris, Junaid saying, thanks so much, and wondering if the SQL code is in a public repo anywhere.
So the whole SQL code is not in the public repo at the moment, but like I would want to like add it into the documentation, like make it a bit generic, because this is like sort of customized for our CDB to pull data from there. But like this presentation would be public. I made it public, but then there was just so much data structure. I was a bit worried about certain aspects of the database security, so I made it private again. Yeah. I mean, I am happy to share the link of this presentation with you, if that would help, Chris.
Yes, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Another question, if I might. I'm wondering, the use of the foreign data wrapper seems really great. I'm wondering if you're happy with the performance and stability accessing data via the foreign data wrapper.
Yes, so it's working really quick for us. I mostly, because our Arches instance is also only like accessible through the university data network, and both the databases are hosted within the university, so it's working really quickly. We haven't had to go through VPN or stuff like that. So yeah, I haven't really faced any kind of lags to retrieve data or anything like that.
Can you just maybe mention the data volumes you're dealing with?
So the data volumes are not very huge. It's like just a couple of thousands, but again, it's spread across many different tables. As you could imagine, there are 45 views for that heritage location schema. So yeah, just a couple of thousands for now.
Cool.
And we got one question from Jonathan, and I think we'll make that the last one, just because we're about at time. But go ahead, Jonathan.
Thanks again, Junaid, for your awesome presentation. I'm curious about the kind of the regularity with which your pipeline is run. You mentioned that you had some cron jobs that run the pipeline. Are you doing anything to identify when new records are in your CDB that need to be moved over to Arches, or is it just like it runs once daily or twice daily? And yeah, if on that kind of time schedule, how many records do you see coming over at a time? Is it a large volume of data? And I guess this kind of goes to Dennis's previous question.
Yeah, so about the cron jobs, when mentioned about the cron jobs, those are basically for the backups of the database. So they run on Raspberry Pi to take the backups daily for the database. They are not being used for the like running the SQL pipeline. I mean, we for our Arches instance, we are not like pushing it regularly. It's demand based, because we need to configure certain permissions within our public instance of Arches, and this is something that we are looking to work. Like basically, we have seen the presentation given by Phil, where there is a new permissions framework that works with the changes made to core Arches in 7.6 with the default deny option and other updates. So once that is those permissions are in place, we will be automatically running this. But to find the differential, I have logging enabled on our CDB, which records the operation and timestamp for a particular resource instance, and maintaining the timestamp when this SQL pipeline was run last. We can filter out the records that have been updated and inserted after that import of data. And it's not a huge volume, I would say. It's just like maybe 1,000 records add up, because it's a really complex data that we are working on at the moment.
Yeah, and I just want to correct myself. I mistook our end time. We still have 10 more minutes, so Jonathan won't be the last question. So please keep the questions coming.
To follow up on that, do you envision a world in I mean, I guess, yeah, do you envision a world in which you need to move to a more regular cadence of the pipeline, or does that kind of is that no longer needed once you move to using arches as your primary data store and moving away from CDB?
Yeah, I think when we shift to that, it would not be required. But for the time being, till we have that setup in place, we have just started phase 2 of the projects, and we are having more collaborators that will be joining. So if and also the team would grow, so if, like the number of records that are being digitized on daily basis increases. So yeah, we can have that like run it on intervals, but it would not be required when we fully migrate to arches. Yeah.
I guess we'll end here early, about 7 minutes early. Thank you so much, Junaid. And if you are attending our group developer discussion, please switch over to track A. And I'm just going to post a link or post the link to the schedule in the chat where that link can be found.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll get to the other sessions. Yeah.
Well, it's 9:12, so maybe we should get started with the developer discussion. As I mentioned earlier, the topics are, and this could go in other directions, but just for like a general agenda, we'll talk about the master branch, and then we'll talk about having a default merge strategy, and then how we might be able to address or at least benchmark performance moving forward. So the master branch, as some of you have probably noticed, is not heavily relied upon. Instead, we use these dev branches. And the reason for that is that years ago, when we were using the master branch, we then started to have to release both patch releases and feature releases, and all at the same time prepare the next major release. And this led to some confusion for developers that were new to the project as to where their PR should go. Should they, because they might pull from master, but really what they wanted to do was submit a bug fix for the current LTS. And in a lot of cases, what they the work that they did on master didn't cherry pick very well back to the version of Arches, the patch version that was going to be released. So it just created a lot of confusion. So then we started working primarily out of these dev branches, and we have a dev branch for patch and feature, and then the next major release. Right now, we're really only working out of the 7.6 branch, dev 7.6, because that is now the LTS, and so the next patches will be there. And then we're also working out of dev 8.0, which will be the next major release. And then once that's done, then we'll probably have 3 branches that we're working out of 8.1, dev 8.1. So we're always working out of at least 2, if not 3. So we have, for the past couple of years, tried to just keep the master branch up with the next feature release, or major release, if that's the next upcoming release. And the problem is that is not necessarily the bleeding edge, so it does lead to some confusion as to where, again, what master is. And if people are expecting the bleeding edge, well, it's not. However, if they're expecting that their feature is going to be in the next release, if they put it into master, that might not also be the case. So my personal feeling is that I would like to retire the master branch completely, but I'm really interested in hearing what other people's thoughts are. So I'll just leave it at that. Let others weigh in. Any thoughts? Expressions of outrage? Oh, yeah. Jacob.
Thanks. I'm just curious, in the scenario where we release, let's say we delete the master branch tomorrow, we continue merging new features to Dev 8, then we release 8.0 next summer. We need to cut 8.1 from something. Will we just create a stable 8.0 branch and then rename Dev 8 to Dev 8.1? Or like, how do you envision like the management of the new, whatever we're going to call the default feature branch, which I think maybe gets to people's priors about whether we should have a master branch. Then it's going to be like, well, what's the default and what do we call it? So I'm just curious, are we going to be renaming it every feature release?
Yeah, that's what we have been doing. We just when we go to prepare for the 8 release, then we cut the dev. When we do the freeze for 8, when we tell people you can't put any more features into 8, then we cut the dev 8.1 branch and we direct people to put their features there. So it would be the highest, well, yeah, so there is some maybe a lack of clarity there is still, again, where people put their features, but I think it's really a matter of communication, still probably less ambiguous than the master branch because we don't necessarily know what the master branch is. Because we really wouldn't want, I mean, let's say if we back up 6 months when we're working on 7.6, we really wouldn't want people to put their features into 8. Because that's not going to be released for a long time. So if 8 was, if we had master and it reflected 8, then people might be disappointed that their feature that they worked on isn't going to be in 7.6. So then that leads us back to having master line up with 7.6. But again, people are assuming that master is a bleeding edge. It's not. So, but yeah,
Yeah, and then I just wanted to add, so you've already articulated that it potentially confuses contributors because master main, whatever we call it, is going to basically a dead end. It doesn't end up in any releases. So that can confuse contributors. And also it confuses GitHub bots, like Dependabot is always trying to assume that master or main is our default branch. And so it opens dead end PRs that we're never going to want to merge because it's not even looking at the correct dependency list to try to update. So I agree with you that we need to define a better default one way or another.
Yeah, it does actually. It can lead to more work because if someone does submit a PR to master, and if it does get merged in, then we have to cherry pick it back. We have to figure out how to reconcile that. So it's kind of a pain. That's a good question, Galen. Do we need a default branch? So the advantage of having a default branch is that GitHub will recognize it as the default. And that means, so when you merge a PR to the default branch, GitHub will automatically close the ticket that was associated with that PR. And you've probably noticed that that's not the case now. You have to close the PR and then you had to go and close the ticket. So that is the big advantage of having a default branch.
I mean, just a quick follow-up. Is it practical to continue to change what the default branch is? For example, like, okay, today the default branch might be dev 7.6x. Is it practical to then change it to dev, 8.0 later?
Yeah, we could do that. We could just make the upcoming feature release the default. We just haven't done that because currently master is the default. So that would be, I think, yeah, what we probably want to do. See that. Oh, yeah, and Jacob mentions issue templates also read from the default branch, and then yeah, and Eric mentioned it. Depend about cares. So yeah, it would be nice to have a default branch, and that we're actually using. I guess I'm wondering if anybody has any strong opinions about removing the master branch altogether.
Brett, is that a voice of dissent? Maybe do you want to expand on that?
No, I'm agreeing in a very confusing way. Yeah, no, I think, I mean, I've never been super clear on what's in master and what the state of it is, and I think the way it's been delineated right now in terms of the dev branches and stable branches, for me, that there's a lot of clarity to that. So my comment in the chat was essentially that I'm confused by it, so I'm quite happy for it to go away.
All right, great. It seems like yeah, if there are no objections to getting rid of it, then I think we should probably go ahead and do that. Great. So the next oh yes, Phil. Well, as Galen suggested, we probably will make that we'll have a default branch. It will just be the current feature branch, which in this case, or major branch in this case would be 8. So that would be the default. But it's just that it would change, you know, as we move on to the next feature release, we would switch the default to that branch. So
yeah,
maybe
sorry. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I just meant not a consistent one, but yeah, no,
yeah.
The logic check. Yeah, I get the logic. I certainly can't see a reason that it's a bad idea. So that was just more just to add my 2 cents, because that's why I always do so.
I mean, it's a good point. It's a good point because we don't want to confuse new developers, but it's something I think that we would want to document in the contributor guidelines, that the contributions should probably be made to the default branch, and that the default branch is the current feature branch, and we can update that information and actually state what it is with each release. So that's just another piece of information that we'd have to maintain for releases, but it's I think it would probably be helpful. So so the other issue that we wanted to talk about was declaring a default merge strategy for arches. So in the past, we have just, when people are merging PRs in, we just create a merge commit. And, you know, when the development team was really small, that wasn't so much of an issue. But as the development team has grown and the development on arches has become more rapid, this leads to a Git tree that is very complex, and it can be very challenging if you want to go back and try to identify the commit at which maybe a bug was introduced. So it's a lot easier if the tree is has as few branches off of it as possible. It's nice and clean, then you just roll back to a particular commit. But sometimes there are reasons to do a merge commit. But I think what we would like to do is start squashing as a default. So when you go to merge, then squash as the default. if there are developers who have really who are really tidy and have cleaned up their commits, and they want to simply rebase onto the default branch, then we would like that to also be an option, and just to minimize merge commits as much as possible. So yeah, I'm not sure if anybody has any thoughts there, but I don't know, is everybody okay with that change? I was expecting. Oh, Jacob.
I have not much to add here, so I should cede the floor to folks that want to ask questions, or yeah, especially if it impacts their workflows. But I'll just say that I think one benefit I see is that, as you mentioned, like if you're trying to source something that caused a bug, it can be a little frustrating using the built-in Git tooling for that if you land on a broken commit. Or the app won't run. And so now you have to skip over that commit, and it just kind of introduces friction. So in terms of squashing being the solution for merging fewer broken commits, sounds great to me. And then I also like the sort of escape hatch where it's like, if you are a developer that works with incremental commits and you're willing to tidy up the history after a review, if that's still kosher, then I think that's great. And maybe that just means leaving a comment or a label on the PR that says, "Don't squash me." You know, that will sort of hint the reviewer to not just smash that merge button, but to let the author go back and tidy up their commits. So I'm all for what you said in terms of, yeah, merging fewer broken commits into the history.
Right. I think on that, no, when someone is developing a feature and it's kind of, it's been a long running branch, and they're trying to keep up with the dev branch, and they want to pull the dev branch into their branch so that they're working against the latest code. I think the majority of people do a merge. They just merge the feature branch into their branch, or whatever branch they're working against into their branch. And this actually creates merges. This is addressed, I believe, when someone squashes these merges into the working branch. But it's not, if that branch gets merged into the dev branch, then we get all of these branches off the working branch. So I think generally it's a good habit to, instead of merging with the dev branch, to actually rebase your branch against the dev branch you're working on, if that makes sense. And maybe we could have a meeting in the future to kind of go over how, if people are unclear about how to do these things and want some little guidance, we could have a meeting where we kind of go over these patterns and make sure that everyone's familiar with them, comfortable with them. So
yeah, I'll just say I would love to do that, because I am guilty as charged in merging dev into my feature branches all the time.
you're not alone at all. So so yeah, all right. Yeah, looks like Samuel might be interested in doing something like that. So maybe we can schedule something. Jacob, sure.
Yeah, can I just add one postscript to the squash button in GitHub? One thing I've noticed is that it will just assume that you want to concat all your messages. So if 85% of your messages are oops, like, make sure to just go in there and like edit the commit message, so you don't just get a concat of like oops, 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 so just all for squashing, but like, always check that message so you don't get a whole love letter just full of oopses.
And I'll just add one other thing. If you do merge into your working branch, I believe, Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong, that you forego the ability to rebase against the
automatically in the GitHub UI.
Yeah. At least every time I've seen that pattern, I've not been able to rebase a PR if it has merge commits inside it.
Probably have to repair it with the interactive rebase, and so that's probably where we need to have a little Git office hour or
Yeah.
hang to make sure folks, are speaking the same language. Yeah.
All right. Well, it sounds like we have a decision. We'll make squashing the default, but add a label as Jacob suggested, so that we can indicate to the reviewer that the creator of the author of the PR wants to rebase their PR. So. How much time I'm running out of time. So the next topic up for discussion is performance. And some of you may have noticed that there are some bottlenecks in arches, particularly around indexing. So we've had several discussions, people on the core team, about how we might improve performance and really monitor performance. And the first one that I wanted to mention was using airspeed velocity. So this is a Python package that you can use to identify methods in your code, and it will create a benchmark for that method or feature, and it will preserve that benchmark, and it can also compare it to other branches of your repository. And what we were thinking at Jacob's suggestion, really, is that we could make that a hook in GitHub and actually start to monitor performance, whether it's improving or not. And not that long ago, we included test coverage. And now you have to write a test if you're submitting a PR, if your code decreases test coverage. So what I was thinking, because this performance is not necessarily like test coverage, it's less binary. It's more, sometimes you can really expect performance to decrease with a feature, and it's not necessarily something that should block a merge. It's also, did it decrease by a very, very small margin, or did it decrease by a lot? It's really, I think, something that we might use to provide just information to the PR reviewer as to the impacts of a commit. So yeah, just wondering if people have any thoughts there.
Yeah, and I'll just sorry, read the question I posted in chat. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, obviously it's more useful to have any benchmark than it is to have no benchmark. But I am wondering, like, how truthful would it be? Because there are so many edge cases that there are things where you would never expect something to run slowly. For example, in permission, in the Arch's default allow permissions, there's a ORM query for node graphs, and seems fine. And if your search results are only 10 at a time, it's very negligible. But if you're on larger scale, it's very noticeable. So I don't know. I'm not scrutinizing it, but I am wondering how much information can we glean from that?
Right. I really have to learn more about airspeed velocity. I believe you can do things, you can have it call a method repeatedly to see how something, scales with with increased iterations on a particular using a particular method, but I'm not that familiar with it to say whether how that works, or whether it would really indicate to us that that you might run into performance issues if because there is there is a difference between if you bulk load 1,000 resources, it's really fast. Once you get up to 10,000, things start to slow down significantly when you're validating. And this is also something we just need to look at, how we're validating and why things, performance decreases with an increased number of queries to the database. But, and I'm not sure if airspeed velocity would answer those questions. But it would at least be a starting point to say, well, okay, this change does significantly, just at least in the calling of a single function or method, that it does significantly decrease performance, so that we at least make sure that we're not getting slower to some degree. So there's still, I think. Oh, I see Dennis has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Cyrus. I just want to maybe follow up on the point Galen is making here, because there's lots of ways to define performance, or there are multiple dimensions in which you can think about performance. One thing that I would be a little I'm unsure of is, like, even something as basic as model shapes can have a big effect on performance. And it seems like evaluating a contribution on a performance metric would imply a lot more rigorous testing. And maybe that's not a bad thing, but it is definitely a more work kind of thing. And I'm just curious about how that might be managed.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. So I don't think that we would be able to monitor those kinds of performance issues in an automated fashion using airspeed velocity. I think that still needs to be done. Maybe there's a way to do it. But we probably just need to start doing more rigorous testing in a non-automated way, and identify the reasons why a significant increase in nodes in a graph, or the complexity of a graph, decreases performance. So and maybe do some more research into how we might automate those kinds of performance checks, and also where how many nodes is a question. How many nodes? Where do we start to really hit those performance issues?
And Andy brings up a good question, which is, is at what's the threshold for blocking a PR? Like, let's say we have some arbitrary performance metric test that's run, because it seems like a different beast from coverage, because there are trade-offs to be had for a hit in performance for some novel functionality that didn't exist.
Yeah, I don't think that we would necessarily, block a PR based on a change in performance. And I don't know if we want to establish, strict thresholds for that. I think just having something to monitor performance and establish some benchmarks, would invite a discussion about the nature of the feature its impact on performance. Obviously, something like resource instance permissions, when that was introduced to arches, had a very significant impact on performance. But we wouldn't want to not merge that in at all. So, or maybe it just, it provides an opportunity to go back to the code and take another look, before we merge this in, is there anything else that we could do to make this faster? So, or bring it to the community and even have a larger discussion about the nature of the feature and the potential costs of merging it into arches and maybe invite people's suggestions about how we can make it faster. So yeah, not a yes or no situation for a PR if it slows things down.
And selfishly, I want to highlight Eric's comment suggesting that we could have example test data sets with different kinds of complexities to create a common standard for benchmarking. I personally, I thumbed up that because I think it'd be really useful. Yeah, like we already have data sets for a variety of reasons for testing, and I think performance is one that we could add. I think that would add a lot.
Yeah. And complexity matters. The HER resource models are not as complex as the Arches for Science models. But there are many more nodes. So between the two, Arches for Science tends to be a bit slower, I think because of its complexity, whereas despite having more nodes, HER tends to be a bit faster. So yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion here. Yeah, Phil?
Obviously don't want to sidetrack, but just out of curiosity, with the slowdown with the resource instance permissions, was that after, because we did see an issue when the node groups were coming back as Django models, but once we switched it to IDs, it kind of went away. Is that still after that change, or?
I was actually thinking the initial introduction of instance permissions back in 6.
Oh, right, yeah. That makes more sense. Got you.
Yeah. So they actually have gotten a bit faster, but if you do, I was looking at some performance profiling on an upload, and right now, I think indexing because of instance permissions is a real bottleneck. And not anything to do with what you submitted. I think your change actually made things, it did make things faster. So at least default permissions right now. So yeah. It is something that we do need to probably take a look at from resource permissions in general. So any other thoughts on that topic?
I guess this is slightly tangential to the topic, but there is it doesn't happen a ton, but there are times where I'm working on feature A and someone else is working on feature B, and like let's say for performance, for example, let's say like my feature doesn't have any impact on performance or coverage, and then when someone else merges in their PR for feature B, all of a sudden now my performance has decreased, or there are sort of like surprise your feature is now kind of like dragging arches down. I'm wondering about more like, is there a way to create more awareness around, for example, if two people are working on the same thing in PRs, just more sort of cross-pollination or communication?
Well,
And we
I
can
would-
also skip it if it's too open-ended / too
I
big.
would say that what should happen is maybe more rebasing to the dev branch so that you are pulling stuff in and making sure you're staying current. That I think is probably the best thing to do. And then you know, as long as you keep pushing back up, your PR gets updated, and the checks are done again, and you can kind of monitor it that way. And you could also see, you know, if the class or methods that you're working on are getting changes from somebody else. But yeah, I don't know. Aside from attending the you know, stand-up meetings and communication on Slack, if there's any other way that we could communicate between developers that they're affecting one another. But yeah, frequent rebasing, I think, is probably the best thing. All right. The next thing that we might want to talk about related to performance is this thing called Arch's Companion, which is it's an application written in Go, and it is a separate service from Arches that developed by a team in the Netherlands, and it so much money, and it has at least the potential to very significantly increase the performance of some features in Arches. I think of particular interest is indexing. So it can, at least right now, without any you know, use of permissions or anything. It doesn't leverage permissions at all. But it can index hundreds of thousands of resources in a very short, I mean, I think 30 times faster than Arches currently can. Maybe it's even faster than that. I don't know. Rob, is that sound right? 30 times faster?
That sounds like a very reasonable estimate. I can't recall the exact numbers. I'd have to look back at my notes.
So we've been in communication with this team. Delving is the name of the team, and we have created a repository in Arches. It's private right now because it's really in just very, very early stages, but it will soon be public, and so we will be announcing that soon. So. So yeah, I don't. You had mentioned bringing this topic up, Rob. Did you have any other thoughts on it? I mean, I guess we can just kind of.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think a thing to note about this solution, I think, is that it does win performance in some, you know, pretty clear ways, but it is bound to using Go as the solution. So it in addition to, I think, doing probably some changes to just the way that the code is written, like that we could probably adopt on the Arches side, and I think we should be considering as we look at Companion and like trying to move Arches towards Companion. But also, you know, Companion is this separate thing. It's written in Go. It leverages Go to get a lot of its performance wins through Go's support for multi-threading and just like better handling of like serializing to JSON strings, which, as silly as that sounds. And so I guess the compromise there would be, you know, this parallel product being maintained that you might want to, or even in cases really need to use to get the performance that that users really might expect at certain kinds of scale, and that would be built in Go. And so if you wanted to, issue pull requests against that thing, you'd need to be comfortable writing Go. And it's pretty portable because Go can just cross compile, and all the dependencies get built into a binary. That's another reason that Go is fast, is because it's compiled. That makes it portable and pretty easy to add as a dependency, but it would be another dependency, right? If you needed to get these wins through Go. And so I think part of why I was interested in bringing it up with this group is because there's a bunch of talented people with lots of good ideas, and we've thought about this and thought about, how to adopt Companion either as a product or, as a set of practices into the Arches project. But I want to hear if people have thought about similar things or alternative solutions that might be a better fit, or yeah. And I mean, I think that the use cases that we are immediately finding it's easy to drop this solution in for are, like Cyrus was saying, indexing and resource APIs. And based on what I was just saying about why Go is fast, it's probably clear why those things are easy wins. So I don't know if people had ideas. I mean, it's really, I just wanted to hear if people had thoughts.
I want to comment on Galen's comment about it being a viable alternative to celery. I think that in some cases, yeah, it would be a viable alternative. I don't think we would be able to replace celery though, because one of the things that celery allows you to do is write tasks for your project. So you might want to introduce tasks that that are not related to core. I think that's actually common. So you wouldn't be able to extend Companion like that. So so I think you'd still want celery available. But for some things, I think it would that are part of core. We would probably use Go instead of celery if it was available. So we might do a check if is a Companion available, use Companion. If it's not, use celery, or just do it directly in the main thread. So yeah, that's a good point.
Jacob, I'm wondering if you want to expand a little bit on your comment. I've heard a little bit about that, but maybe you could say a bit more about Arches 3.13.
Oh yeah, so I've confessed to not having played with it either. I just know that I think to try to reduce the asymmetry performance-wise between Python and other languages, I know it's been a very hot topic in Python development to have better concurrency and to remove the global interpreter lock, which is sort of like, yeah, forces you to use workarounds like celery. So just anyway, I just want to make sure this group is aware that that's, in the Python space, they're innovating on that also. That's all.
Well, one of the things that I think is attractive about Companion is that it's optional. You can decide if and when you want to use it, and that can be driven by specific requirements of your own project. Where we've seen at least initial testing where it looks really good is when you've got lots of, like, a high volume of pretty complex instances, and having to index or retrieve a JSON representation of those instances, is that's a common thing, and that's a place where Companion can be helpful. And like Cyrus said, that can be a really good thing. It might maybe even a required thing if you fall into into that category. And the no free lunch part of that is introducing a new dependency to your Arches deployment, and one specifically written in Go that is maybe just looks like a black box to you.
Yeah, that Galen, it's you brought up a point about maintaining companion alongside core arches. That is going to be somewhat of a challenge. You know, we have to make sure. You know, our initial plan is to introduce companion as an arches application, so you would install it as an arches application, and then so we'll just have to you know, work with the contributors to companion to make sure that it's ready for the next feature release and stays in step with that. So
yeah, and you know, I was quite hopeful that, but I guess I didn't know one way or the other. Maybe he's just unavailable. But I was hopeful that Schwert from Delving would be on this call to help guide some of the discussion here. But so he's the one who's primarily done this development, so he can really speak to these kinds of questions about like what the vision, what his vision was, you know, for companion with respect to these kinds of things. And my understanding from discussions I've had with him is that this would be like there'd be just a series of tests that, you know, you could run in both cases, and if they evaluate, then you consider that parity, right? If all those tests run in both, you know, if companion returns the same results as arches, you know, then you consider that parity. Obviously there's room there for things to fall through the cracks if you don't have good, you know, tests and good coverage, etc.
But this is true for other arches applications as well. And in 7.6, you can write tests for your arches applications. So I think this would be really the same thing. So whether it's Lingo or arches references or arches for science, you know, it just has to be tested to make sure that it's compatible with whatever version of arches you're targeting.
One of the things that I would very much like to see, I'll just say that this is me speaking personally, would be a really easy way for the community at large, who I think are primarily comfortable with Python and Django, you know, that as, you know, sort of and arches, I guess, you know, as the platform, to install and use companion. And I think there are some pretty there are some maybe more better ways you could use companion that wouldn't be quite that seamless for the community, but might give you additional wins beyond what you might be able to get, you know, just entirely kind of wrapped within a Django/arches application. But I do think that that's a very accessible thing to our community, and so I put some premium on that. And I think that the thing that we've arrived at that would be really easy to, or not really easy, that would be the relative low-hanging fruit, to use the cliche, in that effort would be indexing. So it would be kind of like an arches application that you could install, and it would, you know, implement an alternative indexing engine that was based on companion. And hopefully we could include all of that code, including the companion binaries, in the Python package, you know, in Python package index. There's some questions there about the size of the binaries, but it all seems doable.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Samuel said, that it'd be great to see a presentation or demo of companion working with arches.
You know, I think the repo will probably be made public very soon, and I would expect or I hope that Schwert is at the developer meeting in Belfast, and does a presentation then. Although it's possible that we'd get a presentation before then. So.
I'm obviously hoping that everyone will be at that meeting in Belfast. So looking forward to seeing you all, you know.
Do you have any other details to share, Phil, yet about the meeting?
Yeah, actually, that's a good question. So we're provisionally looking at the week commencing the 28th of April, and the idea would be that the first 3 days are developer conference, and then the final 2 are maybe opportunities for some user workshops and things like that. But very keen for feedback. So I'll follow up with a post on the forum just to give a bit more information and see what people reckon. But certainly all the feedback we've got so far has been very positive. We think we've got a fancy place to have it, and everybody likes fancy places. We learned in LA, so you know. I think what we'll try and do is just give people as much notice as possible and some assistance if we can with logistics in terms of guidance. So if anyone's got questions, please do reach out. We're really keen to try and make it as easy as possible.
Awesome. Looking forward to it for sure. Well, looks like we're at just a little bit past 10 now, so guess we'll take another break, and then here in the A track, we'll be hearing from Rob and Christopher on resource instance lifecycle methods, and I don't know what's in the B track, Galen.
In B track, yours truly and Brett Ferguson will be presenting on search. So I have a presentation on customizing search, and Brett will be talking about Elasticsearch resource indexing customization. Yeah, so come back in 5 minutes, and those links are, I'm going to post them again in the chat just so they're there. Links are in the schedule, linked in the chat. So we will see you in about 3 minutes for our next sessions.
Ready, Rob and Christopher, to talk about resource life cycles?
I think so, but you keep saying Rob and Christopher, and I just want to say the emphasis should be Christopher and then Rob, because
That's
this is
right.
really
I get top billing.
yeah, you get top. Yeah, I'm just your backup singer here.
Yeah, ready as can be. I assume we should just dive on in, get started.
Yeah, take it away. Yeah. Unless you want to start with a few words about yourself.
Oh, okay. Hello, I'm Christopher. I work at Farallon. I'm an Arch's core developer. I enjoy long walks on the beach and red wine, and I occasionally write pretty good code.
And I'm Rob Gaston, and I'm also an Archer developer. I work for Farallon Geographics with Christopher and Cyrus and others, and I can confirm that Christopher writes good code. And so I want to just say, I mean, maybe you're going to set this up, Christopher, yourself, but what we're going to be talking about today, or what Christopher is going to be talking about, and I'm going to be backing him up on, is new feature in Arches 8, and it's actually merged into the Dev 8 branch, so you can't start playing with it. It's in the state that Christopher is going to explain in the presentation today, which means there's lots of areas where it could be improved and further built out. But I think it's a pretty cool and important feature that was actually built out as part of the ongoing work that the GCI has been doing to build this new thing called Lingo, which is a Arches application for managing vocabulary data. And I could talk at length about Lingo, but that's not what this is about today. But that's my plug for Lingo and how it funded this stuff that Christopher's going to show. And yeah, take it away, Christopher. Sorry.
Oh, no, much appreciated. Sharing is not turned on, send request. Hopefully someone has permissions to let me share my screen.
Nina can probably help.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Gotta love these little hiccups in live demos. The thing that happens.
With the 2 rooms, I don't know who's where right now or who to reach out to.
There's someone called Arch's Project on the
Yeah,
call.
that's Nina.
I figured that was Nina. Yeah.
I'm gonna. There we go. Now give it a shot.
All right. Once
work.
more with feeling. Hey. Okay, cool. Let me just get this going here. Okay. So yes, today I will talk about resource instance lifecycles with a few cutaways for Rob to sort of fill in the gaps on business side of things, or maybe any slots that I missed, just talking about the sole engineering work. And yeah, I found a meme online. It's a Buddhist meme. I like it. It pretty much fits. Something lifecycle, right? But, before we sort of dive into it, the current way with the latest release version of Arches, which is 7.6, 7.6.1, whatever, is that if you want to, you can only delete a resource instance if you want to air quotes deprecate it, right? It is impossible to deprecate a thing and maintain a record in your system of it. And that doesn't work for all use cases. So we're going to get into the how and why as part of this talk. So I guess to start, what are resource instance lifecycles? Well, at the tertiary level, they're words, right? By default, we have words as draft, active, and retired to define the actual state of the thing. But more than words, they're rules, which can define how resource instances move between states or how they are viewed in the UI. Beyond that, they're permissions in that certain people can see certain states, and that is configurable. Beyond that, they're function triggers, which there's a little asterisk there because that is a follow-on feature, one that is pretty easy to build out, but wasn't built out as part of this initial push. So that when you transition a resource instance from one state to another, you can hook some fun functionality to that to do all sorts of wonderful things to your heart's desire. And lastly, and I guess mostly, they're customizable. Words, states, transition rules, everything really about this can be user-defined. And that's, I think, is an extendable and rather powerful tool to give people. And I'm hoping that it gets made good use of. A little bit, so that's the what, a little bit about the why. And really, a lot of this was in service to a contract we had with the Getty to be able to deprecate without removing from the system. But if we are talking in broader strokes, right, it gives us enhanced filtering. It gives us an additional vector in search, right, so that you can filter your results on that, or just organizing data, organizing resources. Well, we have this additional thing here, which, it's good. You can never have too many things to filter or query on. It also gives us historical accountability and transparent deprecation, which is exactly as it says, right? Instead of just removing things from the system, you now have publicly available instances in which a user could still navigate to a link, see that it exists, and see that it is deprecated or retired or whatever word you want to give the thing. Likely with, depending on how you choose to do it, a link pointing to the new thing, right? And this gives us state-based automation, which is, again, just function triggers, right? We can do, it gives us a fun little use case that whenever something changes, you can make something else happen in the system, which, although it's not built out yet, I can envision some moderately powerful tools around that. And I believe, Rob, I think you wanted to tag on as far as a few extra whys.
Yeah, well, part of how we actually wound up getting here with based on the Lingo project was some local requirements to Lingo. And to just broaden that out a little bit, we've heard similar kinds of requirements from various people, various users of Arches around the community expressed. But in Lingo, we realized that one, there was this need to be able to retire records but preserve them and reflect that retired state and enforce some rules around that retired state. So that fits into like kind of everything that Christopher just said, right? But initially, you know, it was naively conceived of it as just being this retirement state. But quickly, we identified this other kind of life cycle state, if you will, around the workflow for vocabulary management. And that is to do with publishing. So you can, you know, construct a vocabulary. A vocabulary is this polyhierarchical set of, or a set of related entities. And there's a lot of work that can go into crafting those before you want to publish those in this sense, like out to users of those vocabularies. So that publish event has some semantic requirements that accompany it, primarily that there is a URI that should be immutable, that should exist for that entity in the vocabulary. And so we also needed to be able to manage that as another sort of change in state. And so we started to see this as a more holistic problem, referring back to my initial comment about seeing this requirement again and again about, well, we want to be able to manage the state of things. And how I've seen that implemented in Arches in the past typically is with some kind of, you know, semantic, you know, having nodes in your graph that express that state in some way, right? And this is not entirely meant to supplant that, because frequently you do need to have semantic values, you know, values in your semantic graph that reflect things about state. Like the requirement I just expressed about Lingo, we need to have, for an entity in my vocabulary to be published, it needs to have a URI, because that's the thing that people share to refer back to my concept, for instance. So we started to think about this more holistically, and hopefully this feature will address those requirements in Lingo, but it's also built to be extendable and or you know, modular, I guess. So we're hoping that there will become, you know, a set of life cycles that might be themselves Arches applications, or maybe built into core. Christopher's going to get into this, what we have right now, but we by no means see that as like the end, nor do we see this as just a solution for Lingo. We really wanted to think about the problem of resource instance life cycles. And so this is also a plea to this group for feedback on how we're doing at that. So that's it for me.
That's perfect, and I very much appreciate it. Yeah, echoing all that he said. And I guess moving on from this slide on why, we will get into our current default, which, as Rob said, is by no means the end-all be-all. We would very much appreciate any feedback, and I've got a little slide at the very end of kind of how I, just personally, as a guy who wrote a bunch of this, can envision a future. But we won't get there now. Right now, let's just give an example scenario of our default resource instance lifecycle. Essentially, there are currently 3 states: a draft state, an active state, and a retired state, with various permissions, you could say, accompanying each state, right? Between edit and delete. Read permissions aren't in this. They could be built in the future relatively easily, and it is something to potentially discuss, get people's read on. But an example, right? Let's say you've got a historical building. I totally don't know the name of this thing. No, it's historical building X, and let's call it that, right? But you're typing the thing into arches, right? The data is incomplete, so it stays in a draft state. Only people who are authorized can see and edit the resource while the details are being finalized. And this is kind of munging together drafting and publishing, which I'll get to at a later slide, but just roll with me here for a moment. Okay, you finish it, you mark it as active. It's totally now historical building X, or I don't know, in this little case, the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It's publicly available. Everyone can visit it. Everyone can see it. Everyone can interact with it, and permissioned users can edit it. But let's say, I don't know, something terrible happens and the building is no longer there. You still want the record of the building to exist in a lot of cases, right? One can imagine, especially in an application like Arches, just because the building is no longer standing doesn't mean you should erase the record. So instead of just deleting the resource from your system, you mark the thing as retired. People can still visit the link, they can still access all the data about it, but it is retired, right? And then a little tag on, there's a deleted, it's not a state, right? You just remove the thing from your system, and that'd be in this case, in case you accidentally named it the Leaning Tower of Pizza, right? Or something that you just feel, okay, there have been too many bad edits made, or I didn't do this duplication, or I didn't do this correctly at all. I'm just going to delete the thing, right? So deletion is still totally a thing. It's not like we are removing that. We are just adding some layers on top of that in case you choose not to go down this path. How does this all work? Here's a fancy little chart. I'm not going to sit here and explain it too in depth, but essentially we added a key to the graphs table, or yeah, and it's pointing to a couple of new tables, basically the resource instance lifecycle table and the lifecycle states table. This has some cross-reference tables to itself, and that's pretty much it. Happy to share this chart with anyone who actually gets curious or wants to know more. Also happy to chat at any point. But yeah, I guess looking at the code, there are a few things to basically point out here. This is the resource instance lifecycle state, right? Each state like active, deleted, retired. How is it customizable? I think that's a later slide, so I won't get to that quite yet. But you can see that it really is just a basic model with a single method to serialize, because everything has a serialized method. But it takes an action label, which is basically what we put on what you would choose to put on the button inside the UX to transition between states. If it's initial, can you delete it? Can you edit it? What resource instance lifecycle does it belong to? And then what comes previous and next, right? The previous states and the next states. The resource instance lifecycle itself is quite simple. 2 small methods and an ID and a name. That's really it, because that's all you really need. How does it support customization? Really with these labels here, right? You can make any state you want, and the thing that differentiates one state from another is, can you delete the thing? Can you edit the thing, right? So right now this is supporting draft, active, and retired. We can definitely, and I think we will in the future, add more things like this, right? Is viewable, is, I don't know, foo. The possibilities are limitless. But as far as the initial push, just to get this out, it supports naming whether a thing can be deleted or edited. And this isn't anywhere, but each resource instance lifecycle needs to have needs to have exactly one state that has an is initial state flag, for obvious reasons. And of course, super users can do anything, right? If you're a super user, you can see the thing, you can delete the thing, even though we have this slide way back here, which I'm going, yeah, where, oh yeah, you can't delete active or you can't edit retired. If you're a super user, yeah, you can. None of this applies to you, which is nice. And there needs to be further discussion around, and I've got a slide a little bit later, around who else can do what when. But just know, yeah, for the current time on Dev 8, if you're a super user, if you're logged in as admin into your application, you definitely won't see any of the functionality around this feature because it'll all just be label changes to you because you can do anything. Okay, so I've got bad news, and it is the state of development, right? This is a shot from Airplane. He's sweating because he's under a lot of stress. I'm not feeling the stress, but it's always like when you do a live demo of things go wrong. And this is one of those cases where things have gone wrong before we even hit the demo. In short, I was prepping, after I made the slide deck, I was prepping the demo. And we've recently released 7.6. And with the release of 7.6, it has been merged into our dev 8.0 branch, which 7.6 is out and working and beautiful. But as it got merged in, there have been some changes in 7.6 that have abstracted or overridden or, I don't know, dirty merge into dev 8, specifically around search and search filtering and permissions, right? And those are the two main things that this feature affects. So as I was on my local, which there's nothing to really show, but trying to spin up a quick demo, I realized that absolutely nothing was working, but everything should be working as it exists in the system. And then tracing back, yeah. So Dev 8.0, as of this very moment, you won't be able to interact with this feature. I mean, you can in that, like, you can see labels, which I'm not going to go there. You can see labels and totally change states between resource instances, but there's no enforcement at the permission level for reading or for editing and deleting. And there's no viable search filter to filter on. So right now, there are tweaks that need to be made, which I think will be quite a high priority for us to get that out quite soon, just so that people can get their hands on this and provide just feedback to the community for what they like, dislike, and perhaps future directions. So this might be a shorter presentation than normal. I planned the demo to take some amount of time, but oh well, these things happen. Such is the nature of development. Moving on, there are some next steps and thoughts that I have about what should be done. As mentioned earlier, we need to build out state-based function triggers. Relatively easy to do. It's a low-hanging fruit, easily accomplishable. It just needs to be done. I guess I should add a bullet point up here if we actually need to fix the darn thing. Beyond that, resource instance lifecycle state names are not unique. And actually, if I have that up, I can maybe show this. I think I have it up. All right, one moment. We'll go Chrome. So if we were to, oh, yay. Okay, let me go ahead and expand you. If we were to go here, we can see this drop down, and it doesn't actually filter anything because reasons. But you can see that this is filterable on lifecycle state. There's a single resource instance called foo. I believe it's an active state, but it doesn't matter because the filter doesn't work. But you can see that in this dropdown, there's draft, active, retired, and perpetual, which there is a little bit to talk about, right? We've talked about these default ones for most resource instances. Arches 8 ships with actually 2 resource instance life cycles, one being the standard one for all intents and purposes for just anything, right? You create a new resource instance, by default, it's going to have the life cycle that encompasses these 3 states. But there are certain things that you don't want to have to worry about. Right now, exclusively, as far as just a default shipment of arches goes, the arches settings graph, right? You don't want to have to worry about drafting it or retiring it, right? It is just something used behind the scenes in the system. You don't want to worry about the life cycle. And it's named perpetual, right? So that's a little bit of something different. Just a little gotcha, but anywho, this is all sort of meandering in that if you were to create your own resource instance life cycle, right? I would argue you don't really share states with others. You could potentially, but what I will say is that you can totally still name them draft, active, and retired, and foo or perpetual, any name that you want, because they are not unique in the system. Then that offers us, or that gives us kind of a headache on, well, how do you distinguish these things, right? And there has been a lot of internal Farallon discussion of exactly how to do this, and we haven't landed on anything, right? We could do anything from putting UUIDs next to these things, or lifecycle names, potentially, or models that these life cycles are associated with, to just having a completely different, maybe a tab up here, a completely different interaction that is completely just not a drop down and way more descriptive. We haven't landed, and the more you as a community touch this thing, the better our direction can be of, or the better the direction is just in general of how can this thing be improved and further defined. Another thought I've had, just as a guy who wrote most of this, there's probably going to be some confusion just in application implementers, project implementers, around publishing a thing, unpublishing a thing, and having that interact with states, right? Because right now the two are disjointed. They don't particularly interact with each other. You can have something be unpublished and active. And conceptually, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I think there is room for improvement on how to sort of munge these two interactions into basically just one thing. I like the idea. There's a lot of discussion to be had around that. And aside from that, right now, if you want to add a resource instance lifecycle, if you want to make your own in your application or project, it's a migration, right? You really just hash out a migration file, which I don't know, I forget what it's called. Default. Oh well. It's a migration. You do a basic Django migration to add the thing. It would be very nice in the future if there was some UI, UX surrounding this so that a user can just go to a page and move some bits around, enter some stuff into forms, and make their own life cycles. That's a nice to have. I could see it coming later, but you know, if you're the kind of person that's going to make your own life cycle, you probably can write a Django migration, so it's not that big a deal. And then lastly, will there be more complex default lifecycle in the future? Right now, we just have draft, active, retired, but I kind of see it, and this is just me, this isn't anyone else, this is just me kind of mucking around here. I kind of see it as a bit different, right? You have draft, which is munged with publish, the publish interaction, right? To where a thing becomes active, where you can put it into a revised state, which you can then publish or revert, or retire from either one, and then you can reactivate something from retired. I kind of like that. I put a bit of thought into that. I'm not entirely sure other people's thoughts. Like, this really is just sort of me spitballing here, but it is an interesting concept. And yeah, I would love to hear thoughts and opinions about that, either here or elsewhere or whenever, or as this thing becomes more mature and gets in the hands of more people. But yeah, no, that's pretty much it as far as next steps, thoughts, and just a general introduction to resource instance lifecycles and what they can do. I do believe Rob might have a few extra words.
Yeah, really mostly kind of going, whatever, right off of everything you were just saying, Christopher. As far as what we envision as, possible future for this work, I think function triggers is going to be a really important thing. That's definitely going to be in the 8 release. And when we talk about function triggers, to be clear, what we mean is I need some way to hook into life cycle change events and execute some kind of arbitrary logic. And that logic might be to do something to actually like populate some semantic values that might be required based on the life cycle. That's a real requirement in Lingo, if you were paying attention to what I was describing earlier. Or it might be more around what you might, I don't know, imperfectly term validation. That is to say, like some sort of checks that the state of the instance data are compliant with whatever it means to be able to change to this new state, right? And so we envision both of those kinds of use cases being handled by functions. So functions will be like a key part of making the lifecycle change events useful. So, you know, that's I think pretty clearly a gap here that is gonna really need to be satisfied before version 8 can get out. As far as like what life cycles are, right? I think it's very much up in the air, right? Here's the thing we know right now in Arches, there's a life cycle with one state, right? And so maybe we'll model that, and that's what core Arches will ship with, and that facilitates migration from the existing system to the new thing, and then it's all on you to migrate to whatever other kinds of life cycles you want to use. Or maybe it's what we've implemented right now with this, you know, draft active retired state. And Christopher has, you know, drawn up some ideas for what else it might be, right? I can tell you that for Lingo, it's going to be something very specific. And I kind of imagine that it's going to diverge from whatever the default is for core Arches, and that's okay. So I think a lot of applications will implement their own life cycles. And a lot of those life cycles might be useful more broadly than just a single application. If you're considering an Arches application like a solution for a business case, like Lingo is, as I was describing it. But I imagine that those kinds of life cycles would be good candidates to become Arches applications unto themselves, because that would facilitate then the sharing of life cycles that could then that then multiple Arches applications like that are actually solutions for a particular business case might depend on. So maybe the Lingo lifecycle is something that could be applicable to other projects, and we'll want to publish it, you know, as its own thing to facilitate that. That's a kind of a recurrent pattern, I think, in our recent work in thinking about Arches applications. So this extends well beyond the presentation that we just saw, but it is relevant here to our thinking about life cycles, but really about just Arches extensions going forward into version 8. Like life cycles might be applications unto themselves, data types might be applications unto themselves. You know, an Arches application could be a solution for a very specific business case, such as what Lingo is intended to be, or it could be something much more like just a tool that people building actual solutions might use. And so I think life cycles themselves are likely to ship in that way, and Arches will include some, TBD what those are, but that doesn't mean that those are like the life cycles that are available to the community. You know, we hope that there'll be an ecosystem of them, if you will.
Indeed. But
yeah, I don't know that I have anything else, you know, specifically that I want to go into. But I am curious to hear what folks think. Obviously, it's early days, and any feedback would be really helpful for us. And it may, I understand that it may take time to actually for people to see this, to actually provide more meaningful feedback. But if anybody has any gut instincts about what we might be doing wrong or right, or what we might want to consider more thoroughly, please help us out.
Yeah, there are no more slides in this presentation. So if there's any sort of knee jerk that people want to talk about, now is the time. Questions, comments, declarations of love. Cyrus, I see you have your hand raised, but you are muted.
Thank you. That was great. Thanks, guys. Watching this, I'm wondering if this could potentially be an alternative to provisional editing, because a lot of times I don't think that users or administrators need the kind of the fine level of file level control over provisional edits that provisional editing provides. Really, I think it's probably at the resource level. This is a provisional resource or not a provisional resource. And this seems like it might fit that use case, especially if there were, you could control read permissions. Yeah.
Yeah. I completely agree. I think you're on to something. I don't know that it's going to be like a complete replacement. To my mind, it doesn't maybe obviate everything that provisional editing facilitates, but it does maybe obviate certain ways that people use it that might have been imperfect, but a way of achieving that, right? Which is to say, you could kind of control access to things via provisional edits. And so if you're using it in that way, maybe it is more, and you're just always doing it at the instance level, maybe it's better to model that like as a small W workflow into lifecycle state, right? Where it's like, just do all those edits and then hit, make active, and then have a function that like does some checks and, et cetera, right? That would be a really good way to achieve that kind, like I think a better user experience, right? Than trying to do that via provisional edits. But I also see people use provisional edits as a truly like a QA process for atomic tile level edits, right? And this wouldn't do you anything for that, right? I don't believe. So it depends on how you're using them, right? But I know people do use them in a way like what I think you're suggesting there.
I guess another question is somewhat related to instance permissions. There seems to be potentially some overlap between these two features. If you can, I assume that right now permissions apply to everyone. They're global with the exception of super users. Is that right? So like if the resources is in a state where it can't be deleted by anybody except for a super user. Is that correct?
That's right. I'm gonna say no. And this is something I can probably show quite quickly. God's willing. Localhost. Yeah. So essentially, what we have done to sort of manage this is add an entire level of resource and of user permissions, right, around what people can do with resource instance life cycles and states. So de facto, super users absolutely can. I don't believe any of these are explicitly associated with a group yet. But if someone is explicitly given these permissions, they should be able to interact with those models in the expected way.
So there's a way to override it at the sort of user group level, I guess. but by default, the way you described it is the way it behaves, Cyrus.
Yes.
And I think that's generally the way that people would want to use it, right? Like there's if you're using life cycles, you're trying to enforce something about these data, right? And so, and you know, if you're saying something can't be deleted, and that's like a sort of a final life cycle state from which you can't progress to anything, you're saying something about, like, that's a rule that you're trying to enforce, right? So you wouldn't want people to be able to violate that unless they were explicitly given the privilege. And the super user has that privilege, you know, because there will be cases where you want to just, you know, work around it, right? But it's not like, shouldn't be taken lightly, I would think, right? That's some sort of business rule that's trying to be enforced. So if you're going in there and you're doing something otherwise, you know, you ought to be careful, I would expect.
You ought to know what you're doing.
Yeah, because you know, you don't know. Yeah, it's like in the case of vocabulary management, right? You want to maintain the record that's been published because it's been published, and now there are users external to your system who are using that URI, right? So you need to maintain that record, even if it is no longer in use in your vocabulary, which is a frequent thing, right? Yeah, so obviously there might be cases where somebody would want to delete one of those things if something had just completely gone wrong, right? But generally speaking, and if they're editing their vocabularies properly, they wouldn't ever want to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
But it brings up kind of an interesting thing, like I mean, yeah, what are life cycles, right? Other than sort of the technical explanation that Christopher ably provided, right? Like from a business perspective, what do they give me? What do they do for me? And in my mind, it's like a lot that they allow you to enforce some kind of business rules about, you know, how data move through various states, right? And in Arches, there's ways that you could try to achieve that previously, but they're pretty imperfect. The permission stuff is, I think, a part of that, but almost in my mind, like secondary to that, you know, or it's just a part of being able to enforce those business rules, I guess. And those are the kinds of things that we're hoping, like, we can get some feedback on. Are we doing that? Is the way that we're trying to achieve that going to be effective, and or hopefully, you know, usable? Not hopefully or, hopefully and.
I have more questions, but I'll give other people a chance to weigh in if they like. But if not, my other question is, so let's say you had a you didn't want user X to see draft resource instances. How would that apply to search? So this is a tricky bit with resource instances, is that we actually have to index on the document permissions, because we need to filter, you know, so if you hit the search endpoint, we filter right there at when a search request is made. So, I mean, right now, I don't think you have to worry about it because of the way things are managed. But if you did add that level of resolution to where you have like user level access or restriction to a resource by its status, I suppose you could hook in somehow to resource instance permissions so that you were leveraging those in order to manage that, but otherwise it seems like it could get tricky.
Even that could get tricky.
Even that
I
could
should
get
think.
tricky. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope that we could come up with some kind of a better solution for it than that. I mean, I know that's like whatever, a punt, but I wouldn't want to try to rely on resource instance permissions personally. I think there's got to be a better solution that we could build more built into Lifecycle. And we know that we have to index things about Lifecycle, right? So maybe part of the solution there is just having more permissions about Lifecycle and states and indexing those things along with your instance documents. You know, that's whatever has overhead certainly associated with it, but if we can you know, improve the performance of indexing generally, maybe that's not, you know, whatever outside of what might be a reasonable way to solve that problem.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, because I think probably trying to achieve that with resource instance permissions, it's going to vary, obviously, but I'm sure for certain cases that's going to be a big hit. And yeah, doesn't seem like necessarily the best way to do that to me intuitively.
Yeah. And to me, it's funny, you totally called out a thing that we decidedly punted on, right? There's a reason we didn't include the can view resource instances flag as part of the resource instance lifecycle state.
Right.
Because it just adds a level of complexity that doesn't belong in the first iteration. But yes, to echo what Rob has said, I do think there is a graceful, viable solution out there. We just need to find it, or it needs to be found.
All right, I guess, let's see. Okay, we got another 5 minutes. So
we have another 5 minutes.
Another 5 minutes.
Oh no, dead air.
Oh, see, this would have been the perfect time for a demo.
There's really no other questions or
I can very quickly show, again, this is non-functional, but I can show just what it looks like to update lifecycle states, right? And this will be a little bit convoluted, right? I have a resource instance or a graph model called foo. It's got a string and a number, right? I can totally enter a string, test. And as soon as I do that, you see a little bar pop up here with some buttons, right? And at any point during the editing process, right, I can choose to make this thing active or retire it, or make it active again and revert to draft, right? And if I weren't a super user and all of the things that were working were still working, we would see some interesting interactions here about maybe trying to access something in the editor while the thing is retired. But we won't see that here, not in this demo, but this is pretty much the layout of the very basic UX. I can foresee the UX probably staying the same, but perhaps the button logic getting a bit more complicated now, or eventually, right? And this does handle n number of buttons moving forward or backward, right? And that's all hooked into the actual XF or cross-reference table of which states come next from your current state and which states are previous to the current state. So right now it's just showing the one, but it can handle many buttons.
I foresee people will want to just completely hijack that UX, right? Like and have it be more event driven. So you know, when this value has this state, now advance the resource instance state to this other thing, right?
Exactly.
That sounds contrived, but I definitely see that being useful. Samuel has a question.
Oh, thank you, Samuel.
Hello. Ooh.
Hi.
No,
Hey,
I
Samuel.
want to say I really like it. Simply just because it can remove a single node of saying whether a resource is active or retired or whatever. I don't think that really constitutes any performance increases, as we talked earlier. But it's always nice to just streamline it that way. I did wonder whether you thought there would be any point in the feature of if you turned your resource into a draft mode, so you could do some edits, would there be any point in saying I still want what it used to look like to be public, but I'm editing a draft that's offline, and when I'm finished with it, I'll then push it up and it'll become the new public one. I didn't know if that would be a bit too complicated or just unnecessary, but yeah.
No,
I like it, and when I was spitballing, that's kind of what this graph is about, right? Yeah.
It's definitely been a thing that's an idea, and I'm hopeful that there will be an application of that models a life cycle that's able to do things like that, right? Where and I suspect in the case of Lingo, we're going to have to do some pretty similar things, where you do, like, in effect, cache the state of the record, on that change event. And the way that we see that being done currently is via functions. Those functions haven't been written, and how all that gets decomposed into Arch's applications to make it like reusable, is a thing that we're going to be trying to figure out. But clearly there's some useful functions that could facilitate a lot of that, and if we have the function triggers, then we can leverage those. So that's our hope, I think.
Yeah, no, cool.
Yeah.
That was my only real question, I think, other than just, it looks really good. Nice one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Samuel.
All right. I believe we're at time.
Yep. So thanks again, guys.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. You probably know by now, I'm Galen Mancino. I'm a developer and contributor to Arches, and my presentation today is going to be focusing on search. Going to try to keep it a little bit light, because sometimes these topics can get into the weeds. So tentatively titled Search: A Never-Ending Saga, or Customizing Search in Arches 7.6. So I'm going to give you a challenge. Can you describe Arches in 3 phrases? It's hard because Arches is a big thing and there's a lot going on. But I'm gonna try to answer this challenge. First, Arches is data modeling. You can make graphs. It's also a place to create your data, so resource creation, where you're making all of the data that people are going to see. And last, it's search. It's a robust search engine, where because all of these data have types, you can leverage those types in distinct ways in the search, which makes it incredibly powerful. So, like I said, you can slice it in more than 3 ways. If there's a 4th way, that's glaringly obvious, please just pretend it doesn't exist. But this is one way to look at core functionalities of Arches. However, in my opinion, search is the #1 thing that users are doing when they come to an Arches instance. The vast majority of users will not be creating data or doing data modeling. They will be looking for something so that they can look at that data. And so Arches already supports a lot of customization, from workflows and cards, widgets for creating data and also looking at data. Customization in Arches also doesn't have to mean overriding core Arches. We have a pattern where you can create a project or an Arches application, so that you are not
necessarily missing out on core functionality, core updates, so that your custom code can live side by side with the latest Arches code. And the goal is to be able to customize as much as you want without incurring a lot of technical debt. As far as customizing search in particular, there are a lot of use cases beyond the sort of vanilla or the sort of default configuration for search in Arches. And as we see with, for example, data import, the ETL data management plugins, whenever there are significant customizations, those often make their way into core Arches in terms of PRs to drive feature development. So Arches search being very hard coded means that maybe innovation is not happening as fast as it could. So my hope was to untether it. It shouldn't be too hard. And you might notice in this screenshot of this PR that there are over 109 conversation instances, 218 commits, and 49 files changed. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard, but we wanted to get it right. I have the gracious help of not only Alexi Peters, but many folks on Farallon team, as well as other contributors who have taken a look at this PR and given their feedback. So super appreciative of that. But it has been a fairly decent sized effort. It says it was merged in on August 21st. This PR was opened in April. So this work has been there's been a lot of iteration, and we wanted to make sure that it did not have a adverse impact on anybody. We wanted to make sure it was seamless, I guess. So prior to that PR, which you'll be kind of hearing about, you could customize search to an extent. You could create search filters that would be controllable on the front end via their knockout view model. So you could basically program your search filter to talk to the other search filters in a particular way, or talk to the sort of central search logic in a particular way. But at the end of the day, you probably would have had to override the main search view model in order to kind of plug in your custom search component, your custom search filter. And if you wanted to do customization on the back end, there's a high likelihood you were overriding the Django search view in your project so that you could insert that custom backend logic. And what's highlighted in red here is that on the front end, the downside was that things are very enmeshed. There was not really a lot of portability or sort of componentized nature. It kind of all worked. It had to all work as one cohesive unit, and you couldn't sort of plug and play different search filters. And same with overriding the search view in the backend. You were doing that at your own peril, and also missing out on core Arches updates. So the goals were to let developers architect a search UX from the ground up, right? Create it from scratch and be able to do it front end, back end, like stack agnostic. And we also wanted to let developers not have to reinvent the wheel. Extend only what you need to extend in terms of the search filters or the sort of core search view functionality. We also wanted to ensure that the changes as a result of that PR were basically unnoticeable from the front end. We wanted it to look like nothing had changed because nothing should have changed unless you changed it, unless you customized it as a developer. And as a sort of outcome of the initial work on the PR, one thing that Alexi had surfaced as a possibility was why don't we enable multiple different search UXs, which we're calling search views? Why don't we enable multiple search views to exist at the same time that could be accessible through different entry points. And that's where we ended up, which is one of the cooler parts of the changes. So what did we do? What did we do? This is what CoreArch's search results method used to look like. I know it's not readable. I really just put it in here so you can see that it's kind of a long method. There's a bunch of code in there. And I had to put it diagonally so it'd fit on the screen. And this is what it looks like now. Yes, I have cut off the bottom, but that's just because we're doing some exception handling. But now there's really two parts to this method only. One is handle a search request, grab a search view component, and then get a response along with a mutated search query object. And what's really nice is CoreArches doesn't need to know how to conduct a search. It doesn't need to know how to apply permissions. It doesn't need to know which search filters to apply or when or how. All it needs to do is call that one method, handle search results query, for the appropriate search view component. And that component lives in your database. It lives in your project or in an application. There are, of course, pieces that live in CoreArches. There's a standard, there's something to start with, but it's very agnostic now. As a kind of minor technical note, the old pattern for search filters, which are the individual components that affect a search in some way, you can think of the resource type filter, filtering by resource model, or the term filter, applying, a term filter to the query. Each of these search filters had a couple of core class methods. There's a couple more, but these were the main ones. Append DSL to mutate the query object, and a post search hook, so that after a search was conducted, the search filter would be able to sort of check it and maybe either add things to the results object or remove things. As part of the new pattern that's been introduced from this PR, there is an additional method that a search filter can call called execute query. And the main purpose is to inject logic right at the moment of execution. So, for example, I have a search filter that it looks up the related resources of a result set, and to do that, it has to do a database query at the time that it's also querying the index to basically say, okay, show me all of the related resources to this result set. And it's, these are sort of empty interfaces that you can choose to implement. The main thing to know is the last bullet point there, handle search results query. This governs all logic for what happens in a search. The beginning being, okay, I've got a request and it's heading to my search endpoint. And aside from that, it has, it has query arguments. It has whatever it might have. A use request, user ID attached to the request. But this method is where you just sort of, you design what happens during that search. So now that this PR is merged into 7.6, you can, one thing you can do is you can sort of incorporate a search filter to be either only on the front end or only on the back end. Or sorry, no, it would be either both or it'd be only on the back end. And I'll talk a little bit about an example. You can also access an entire sort of self-contained search UX just through this HTTP parameter, search view equals. And what's interesting about this is, you won't see it. It'll be in the background for whatever the default search view is. But if you're in the web browser and let's say you're testing some other search view you've created, you can just add that in and type in the name of the search view, and it might load a different UI. It might load a set of different search filters. It could be completely different. and they all live sort of side by side. You could have internal methods in your project hitting one particular search view, whereas the client-facing search on the search page hits your default. You can do whatever you want to do, and they all sort of live side by side. And as you can guess, like any business logic you want, um, you can now put that in. So I'm going to talk through just an example use case. I don't have a live demo for you because I'm not that bold, but I hope this will illustrate one thing that's possible. So let's say our business case is we have a user on a mobile device and they're not authenticated, or we don't expect them to be authenticated. We want to present a custom UI that is tailored to a mobile device. We want to show only some of our usual search filters, and we want to enforce a resource type filter on the back end according to some custom logic. And because it's me and I love talking about cache search results, we're also going to serve results from our cache. So for that first item, we can present a custom UI for a mobile device. So in this code snippet here, we have our class regular search. This represents our default search view that fires. And it's going to check, hey, is the client mobile? Are they on a mobile device by checking the request? And if it is, then let's go ahead and swap out the current search view for one called search mobile, search-mobile. And this is going to then sort of like it's basically passing on the request from this search view, regular search, to our one specifically for mobile devices. We also wanted to ensure that this mobile search view only shows a subset of our search filters that we normally have. And so by editing the JSON config, you can specify exactly which search filters you want to show up by naming their component name and their component ID. And it's not interactive, but you can kind of imagine you're editing JSON. This is pgadmin screenshot. And then we also want to enforce a resource type filter. For whatever reason, maybe we only want to guide them to, say, like 3 specific resource models. In my example here, I have one called historic resource, historic district, and person or group. And so in this search filter, it acts as a policy because it's sort of enforcing a rule. In the search filter, it's checking, hey, do I have any of these arguments in my search query? ID, a list of IDs, a single ID, or a pre-existing resource type filter. And if I don't, then let's go ahead and ensure all search results are only a subset of these resource models. And lastly, here is a sort of look at what your handle search results query method could look like. And I have an ellipsis here to kind of indicate that there's a bunch of code we're not seeing. In my search view, my mobile search view, I'm going to check for cached search results. And if I have them, I'm going to return a response JSON that has been cached. There's many ways to do this, but it's just sort of a very simple illustration. And yeah, if I have cache results, send it back. Otherwise, go ahead and conduct the search regularly. So to do this sort of implementation, this custom implementation, you would have created your sort of first custom search view called regular search, followed by a second custom search view called mobile search, which largely could have borrowed or not overridden methods from the first one. It could have just only overridden like one method, the handle search results query method. We've also got the knockout components for each of those search filters. So one for regular search and one for mobile search. And then we have a Python class for our search policy filter. And this policy filter does not exist on the front end. It's not going to be a toggle or an option. It's not going to show up in the HTTP URL parameters. It only exists on the back end. And then everything else already exists. Like if we're using the term filter or the map filter, we can just sort of assign those to our search view and say, hey, these are the search filters I want to show up in this UI or this UX. And similar thing goes for enforcement. So for example, if a user was trying to be smart and they put in, say, some other custom filter X, some other filter that exists in the database but is not assigned to the search view, that search filter would be excluded. The logic would basically say, hey, this is not a search filter that's attached here, so I'm going to ignore this and just take it totally off of the query object. So what's left to do as part of this work, customizing search? And forgive me, there's as I kind of showed in the beginning, like there's a lot of things that have changed. Most of these files that got changed were like very small changes, but a good chunk of them are like substantial. So there's a lot of stuff I just don't really have the time to show you in this presentation. But suffice it to say, you can do whatever you want in search. You can architect a search from the ground up, and the tools are there. And that will be enabled by forthcoming documentation. And then the other thing is more interesting customizations. I definitely have things that I'm making, which makes sense. Like I'm the one that made this PR, but I expect that more folks in the developer community are going to be taking advantage of this and customizing their search however they'd like it to be for their business needs. That is my presentation. And I'm going to ask that you hold a question until after Brett finishes for our dual question and answer. So I will pass it over to Brett.
Sorry. Thanks, Galen. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about. I'm going to turn this off. There we go. Customizing the Elasticsearch part of search. So as much as Galen's presentation and discussion was sort of about search as a whole, I'm going to be talking about really just I'm going to talk about the way resources are indexed in Elasticsearch and how that can be customized. And this is obviously not a, sorry, there we go. So just briefly, I'm going to go over what it is here, what our use cases are, just try to elucidate why we've done what we've done. Current state, what
Hey,
the
Brett,
implementation.
I don't think we can see your screen anymore.
Oh, you can't.
Well, I can.
Okay. Oh, you can. Oh, sorry, mine must be acting up.
The execution insertion points, some small details about it, and maybe next steps as well. So what is it that we've done here? Essentially, what we're looking to do is add business-specific data to the resource Elasticsearch document. So things like searching on computed values, searching on sort of arbitrary values across related resources, or one of the use cases that we had that was quite important was being able to search across hierarchical resources, so a homogeneous resource type, but searching on attributes that exist in a relationship that are not part of the resource itself and coming back with those. It adds a new section to the resource Elasticsearch document, which was important. Currently, the filters were very specific about where it would look for information, and so we needed to add to customize that. What I'm talking about here has actually no UI component at all currently. It could perhaps, we'll get into that at the end. And the reason we did this is sort of much like what Galen was talking about, trying to, we didn't want to over rewrite the append DSL and override all the logic there. What we really wanted to do was essentially just add this custom attribute data in and relate it to resource instance in Elasticsearch. So the reason we did this, so our use cases here are, it was for our fossil management application. And our client really needed to look at, sort of come back with a set of collection events based on data that really was not part of that model. So a collection event in our world has, and that's where somebody goes out and grabs a chunk of rock off the ground that can have one or more samples associated with it, and that sample can have an age and geology, and that sample could also have 0 or more fossil types. So if something of interest was found, there would be a scientific name and common names and sizes and a bunch of other information about that. So really what our client was looking to do is say, well, I want all of the collection events that came back with dinosaur bones, say. And because that was not part of the collection event itself, it was becoming awkward to do so. The other two is sort of we've modeled sort of genus and species hierarchies. And the other two use cases that were sort of important for us were in the resource instance widget. So for example, if I was going to assign a species to a fossil type, I'd like to be able to type the genus in and come up with all the species that are underneath that. Same with publications. If there's a journal and it has 14 volumes, I should be able to type the journal name and come up with those volumes to associate it with. Currently, because sort of the associated text that we're looking for wasn't in a volume or a genus, you wouldn't get the list. You wouldn't get, if you type the genus and you just get the genus, you wouldn't get the associated species. The current state of it is, so it's available for resource term filters only right now. You can use it by using the search bar. I'm going to maybe try to do a live demo against my better judgment here. It's also available within your resource instance and resource instance list widgets. All of those, so in the implementation of it, you're not affecting anything on the UI, or you're not changing anything on the UI. The UI essentially just picks up more resource documents by the implementation in the back end. So it's currently not available for other filter types, time filters, that kind of thing. There's no advanced search where you can sort of search on these custom values, and it's not available for controlled vocabularies. So in the implementation of this, there are 3 components to it. And those components are stubbed out by the ES mapping modifier class. So essentially, you can just override the methods in that class to create your own implementation. And the 3 parts of that are essentially get the mapping definition. So that is the custom chunk of documentation or custom chunk of Elasticsearch document that you would like to append to this standard resource document. Add search terms. So that's a hook and resource that when it's getting the document to index, you're able to provide some logic to add additional attribute information to that ES document. And then the add search filter is a hook in, and this is, you'd seen this in Galen's presentation. the append DSL function or method to essentially be able to modify that DSL to look in the right place for the chunk of Elasticsearch document that you've added. You can have one or more of these things, and you just configure them in the settings.py. So you just define the ES mapping modifier class, and then the framework will pick those up and apply those components to it. So yes, so those are the so this is where it's injected into the Arch's core. So essentially right now, if you do not implement it, you do not configure anything, it's a no op, nothing happens. But if you define your custom class in your settings.py, the logic that you've added in there appears in 3 places. There's in the mappings.py or mappings.py, your implementation provides a JSON chunk that will be added to the Elasticsearch. The model's resource py, to get documents to index, that calls the add search terms, and the search components term filter that modifies the DSL. One of the things we came up against is that the current implementation uses the DSL must everywhere. And really what we're looking to do is we wanted resources returned that, you know, were the standard search filters, or in the this sort of custom chunk of ES document. So we needed to change that must to a should with a minimum of 1. So here we go. So in here, this is the base class that you'd override, the documents, the mapping property, the search filter, and then the mapping definition. And so this here is essentially returns the chunk of DSL, or sorry, the chunk of JSON that you would like added to the document. There is a unit test, as we need to do now, in Arch's core. So you can actually look to that for examples of this. Some settings.py, you've got somewhere in here, the definition of that, mappings.py. So this is essentially what happens in the Arch's core is it just looks for these classes that have been defined and applies those functions. So there's really not a lot to it. And then in the search test.py, this is where there's an implementation of this feature. So look a lot like this, where you're just subclassing the ES mapping modifier. You'd add custom logic for your resource to add terms to your DSL document. Create custom nested filter. So this is where you're modifying the search filter. And in the test one, we didn't change. We just used the default ES mapping. So there's not a whole lot there. So what it looks like here is in our fossil management system. If we look at our scientific names, this is where you'd actually see, you know, common names and that sort of thing. So if we're to look at our collection event, if you think back to the first one here, a collection event doesn't have any information about the fossil types or ages or that kind of thing. So what that allowed us to do is search across these relationships. And so I want everything that has a dinosaur in it. And this is going to fail now because it's live and it's probably timed out with my authentication. There we go. Oh. There we go. So even though a dinosaur is part of a sample or fossil type, we come back with these 17 records. And so it's searching across those relationships. The nice thing about this for us is that it's that relationship's created at index time. So when you're actually doing the search, it's not actually having to go and mine across relationships to get it. So it ends up just being as fast as any other search in it. So that was one of our use cases there. And much like that, so if you look at our publications in here, so this was the example I was saying, there's a publication with Peleus, and that might have a volume in here. And so in the prior to this this change, the only way to get the volume 17 of this, and the way we've implemented this is that we didn't actually want to repeat the publication name in each or the genus in the species. It just opened up the possibility of data entry and duplication, that kind of thing. So it's picking up both in the descriptor and in the search now. It's parent. So in this record here, for example, the title of the work is just volume 17, and that doesn't mean a whole lot without the publication type. So if we do that, now when we do a search on Peleus, we get all the volumes that are associated with it. And so it shows up in search here. And the other thing that we really needed to do is, once again, in the resource instance widget, we needed it to show up here. So if I wanted to add an article that was in a specific volume in a publication, I needed that to show up in here. So iOS. So previous to this, just the publication would show up because that was the only linked information. Now all of the volumes, even though this term Peleus is not in the resource that has the volume information, now it can grab all of the volumes of that journal. So that is me. I think we'll just open it up to next steps, I guess. One of the things that happened at the end of this PR was, and Galen was one of the people, and Alexi as well, that sort of reviewed this. A larger discussion happened, and it was unfortunately too late to get into 7.6. But essentially, the granularity of the filters seems a little bit wrong, where it's just append DSL. And append DSL, really what it's doing is it's creating DSL, and the hook that I've got in here essentially modifies that DSL before returning it back. And then it appends it to the overall search document. So I think there's a refactoring that needs to happen of those search components, but I think that'll come in version 8. Once again, you can add multiple implementations of these modifiers. And so I think a bit more context about, you may have a modifier that is a search term. You might have one that's for time. You might have a different one altogether. I'm not sure what that would be. But you need a bit more context perhaps passed to these modifiers so it knows whether to act or not based on request. And then it might be nice to actually have some UI components as part of this. So if you wanted to do a targeted search on sort of these custom attributes that are in ES, it might be nice to have that in advanced search. So I think that's where it was going. And once again, it would be nice to actually have this hook for all the filters that are available within Arches. And that is me. I'll open it up to the group for questions.
Brent, you're the MVP of this session for doing a live demo and actually pulling it off. So congratulations and excellent presentation.
Almost fell apart.
Well, that's a great presentation for both of you. Thank you for sharing that. At the risk of asking a really naive question, Brett, could you well, I didn't quite catch how when you create the additional document to append, is it on creation of an instance? Like, or I mean, I'm not even sure I'm asking the right question, but I am kind of curious to know, like, how do you know when to update the index based on the creation of a new instance?
It's done. So there's a hook in the, I'll see if I can share again here. There is a hook in the resource get document to index call. That's just part of the resource.py. Let's see here. So try showing again here.
Maybe Brett, can I offer an explanation as well?
Sure.
There's like 3 stages. The first stage is that the mapping of the document is altered. Like the mapping of like how it's how an individual document is saved in the index. And then the second stage is anytime the resource is re-indexed, either because you're editing it or because you're running indexing, that mapping, is called, and then the document is mutated to accommodate like this extra field that you have, like whether it's a field from a foreign resource model, like Brett has, like the publication name or the title. And then the third stage is when you're actually searching, it's again kind of calling that extra field that you've put in.
So this is, yeah, this is the standard get document to index in the resource.py. And so essentially it does all the regular things that custom or standard search would do to create that Elasticsearch document. And then it just goes through and based on the configured classes, just goes one by one and calls them with the add search terms. And for my implementation in here, look at the fossil management one, essentially I've got, I could split this out, but, based on the type of document it is, or the type of resource it is, I can do custom, I can add custom chunks of Elasticsearch document based on that. So I essentially have a switch function in here that if it's a collection event, then I go and, get some information and hand that back to the resource document that was passed in.
And that,
I don't know if that makes.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, ultimately, my question is going to boil down to if I do a bulk insert of instances into a model, or insert a new instance of a model, the code that you need to fire will actually be run so the document is created properly.
Yes, as long as that get documents to index is called. So, if you're inserting data using the trigger views, currently you need to call the Elasticsearch reindex.
Right.
And so as part of that function, it'll happen. For some of the ETL stuff, I haven't delved into that too much, but for that document to be in Elasticsearch for a resource, this get documents to index needs to be called somewhere, and that's a current requirement. So this will essentially it piggybacks on that. So if the rest of your document is being indexed, then your customization will also be indexed.
Cool. At the risk of monopolizing the questions, I've got one for you, Galen, which is I really like your example, and because it's really, I think it's very pragmatic, the idea of being able to present custom UI for a mobile user. I kind of want to explore that in a little bit more depth, which is now thinking about an Arches application where, I mean, so much of the search UX is driven by the intersection of the particular portion of the application community you want to support and really kind of the models that you've got. And so I can easily imagine a UX for something like Arches for HERs that presents a UX of one type for one kind of for a member of one kind of group and a different UX for a member of a different group. And ultimately, the question I'm kind of driving towards is one of deployment. Like, are you imagining, or I guess it would make sense to think about deploying these custom search views as part of a Arch's application. Like, that's kind of the point, right? Like, you can decide how you want to present the search interface based on the specifics of the application that you're working with.
It could be based on that. It could be anything. I mean, I have it in, my projects, but you could definitely have it in applications. And then, the starting point is like, okay, what's your default search view? Or it doesn't even have to be like, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, the starting point would probably be like, what's your default search view? And then that one might interrogate, some like, okay, is this request coming from a mobile device? Is this request coming from an authenticated user? Is this request coming from somebody in this time zone or this region versus whatever? And then it might sort of play telephone operator and redirect to a different search UX from there.
Yeah, I was thinking more along, I mean, that I think is clear. I was thinking along the lines of, oh, you're a resource editor. Oh, you're a provisional resource editor. Oh, you're just a guest. Oh, uh you're um you're a member of a particular kind of user group, like a planner. Like, you could imagine building UX based on something as simple as membership in a group.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and each search view, as you mentioned, like each search view has a template associated with the UI, right? So you could have a very different user interface depending on right, whether it's a guest user versus application administrator user, whatever.
Well, and just to kind of pursue that line of thinking, I mean, do you end up redirecting to a whole new page? Like, I mean, could you deploy a the actual HTML and JavaScript that's presented in the browser could be anything, right? I mean, you could decide to do an interface in Vue if you wanted to, and step out of the current constraints of Knockout, or kind of whatever you wanted to use, really.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you could basically say, yeah, I mean, you'll have to, if you want a front end part, you'll have to basically, plant a flag somewhere and say, okay, start with, start with this view file, right? But you can also put in, like, you don't have to toggle between different search views for your different use cases. You can just have logic built into each individual, member filter that says, okay, hide if the user is not in group A.
Yeah. And presumably you could introduce your own widgets, your own filtering widgets too, if you wanted to. Like, let's say you didn't like the current geospatial filter, you could write your own and just slot that in instead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I mean, that's what I've done. I have my own version of the map filter that has its own logic. But what's nice is that the way the front end components are, previously it was like the search results component was like, oh, I need to talk to this exact map filter.
Right.
Get me this exact map filter. Well, we changed it to say, okay, well, how about it asks for a filter of that type? And so now the search, you can use the Arch's vanilla search results filter, its knockout component, its backend parts, all that. And it'll just say, well, show me the map filter type. Like, show me whoever's of this type. I want to talk to that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool.
A lot more work to do on documentation so that so that it's more transparent how it all works. But that's forthcoming.
Again, I don't want to be the only person asking questions here, but since no one else has jumped in, I guess I have one for you, Brett, which is, I'm really intrigued with your example of genus species and volumes of publications. Those sound a lot like the kinds of things Lingo cares about. And in particular, representation of the hierarchies is something that we care about in Lingo. And it'd be, I think, really interesting to maybe have a chat, specifically a chat about how you're leveraging this new search capability in a way that we could take advantage of in Lingo, so that we can ask these kinds of we can run these hierarchical queries and pass them off to a visualization. Well, like we want to be able to visualize hierarchy in Lingo. So that would be a kind of an interesting follow-on conversation potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's the display value is sort of something else that we've done in there, but it's very similar in a way, in terms of sort of, you know, appending the hierarchies together to create, you know, a display value that makes sense. So there's that as well, as the sort of the search component that makes those available in pick lists and essentially anywhere that you do that sort of a search. So yeah, it'd be great to talk about that.
Yeah, cool.
And Jonathan, I see you raise your hand. Go ahead.
Thanks, Galen. At the risk of offering a naive question, I haven't, you know, done a whole lot of work with Elasticsearch, but I'm curious, Brett and Galen, if you have any opinions about the scalability of mutating the Elasticsearch documents. Like, you know, do you think that the way in which you have mutated these specific documents lends itself well to you know, to custom use cases in the future, or is this kind of a hack around that you would like to shore up in a different way?
I think for what I've done, essentially, I think it is scalable. I think, you know, there's probably a million different use cases out here. And we've essentially just added the hooks, right? So there could be any arbitrary data associated with the resource. So I feel like it's maybe, you know, it provides a flexibility to associate any attribute data that you want with a resource, which I think, you know, could be used in any number of ways. One of the things that we encountered before is that, you know, it's very specific on how Arches looks for even search terms, right? So it'll only look for search terms in a specific set of resource nodes, right? So it's, you know, there's that is searchable flag, yes or no. And so I you know, I could see it being used, as I say, in many different ways, and it doesn't, you know, you don't need to use it. But in that case where, you know, like you want to associate, you know, related data or calculated data or whatever that looks like in a specific business use case, you know, it just provides the hooks to be able to do that. And it's, you know, in a way, and I wonder actually in the future. So as you know, Galen's PR there with the search componentization, and in a future version of sort of what I've done and he's doing, so breaking that append DSL function down into sort of more fine-grained components might allow sort of injection points without having to override, you know, large chunks of Arch's core functionality or Arch's search functionality. So it might start to look a little different as that happens. One of the things about what the search documents is it kind of needed to be in a very specific point in the code base. So so there was no opportunity to sort of use the search components prior to this. But if we're to break that down into a more fine-grained set of function calls, then I could see a way that you could actually maybe just like override and inject this logic without having to implement sort of a base class like it is. doing that sort of the standard search processing. I don't know if that made sense or not.
One thing I'll add is like, I don't know if it's a scalability issue, but there's definitely a visibility issue when we're mutating the search query object, because the search query object isn't it's not a dictionary, right? You can't just like look up the key, the value for the key. It's like, you have like a pile of clothes and you keep throwing another like shirt on top of the pile, and it's like very hard to know where's the sweater, or like what color is the like wool sweater. So I can imagine us baking in more visibility in terms of specifically say, okay, what the term filter handled the query object. What did it do, right? Where like logging in some way, what mutation did this search filter do? So that other search filters can sort of interrogate that and make decisions based off of that. And also just like better transparency. And yeah, I think I'll also, like to Brett's point, like just better, more controlled injection at the right point.
Well, this was really good, guys. Thank you both for sharing. I found it really super interesting.
Well, thank you all for the questions. Thanks, Dennis.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Appreciate the questions. And we're a little bit over time, so I'll see everybody in track A, and I'm gonna post that link just for convenience. We're switching over to our final closing session. So I'll see you all in track A. Okay. Well, this is the sort of closing session. Thank you for staying with us, especially those of you who are coming in from Europe, UK, Ireland. We really appreciate you making the effort, and we know it's late for you over there. But yeah, I really just wanted to thank all the presenters. And you all did an amazing job presenting topics that, like some of them were very technically masterful. And it's such we have so many assets in this community. We really so much expertise. It's amazing to see. And thank you to Nina and Annabelle for leading the organization on this. You've helped out a ton. This would not have happened without you. Nina, especially your expertise with online conferencing. Yeah, we're at a point in the day where it's really about hearing what you all thought. What do you think went well? What were the highlights for you? What are your suggestions for how to improve? And just before we kick that off, I'm going to post a link in the chat that has a very short feedback form that you're welcome to fill out either now or at the end of the session. But it's really just, it's pretty short. We just want to know what you thought. So yeah, floor is open to anyone who would like to share their feedback. Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
I was just going to say, I mean, I echo everything you said about the talk today. It was great to hear about all the work that people are doing, and to have an opportunity to share some of the work that we're doing. I'm certainly glad that these were recorded, because I will want to go back and listen to the other ones. I would have loved to be able to participate in them live. And I know that there's like compromises all throughout here, right? But just the way it went today, I would have liked to have seen every talk, right? And I only got to see one talk because I was giving a talk. And so a little bit cheats the people who give the talks. Not that I'm, but honestly, like I would have loved to have seen everything, and we'll get to see everything, but I've been involved in the discussions, So I don't know the best way to make that happen, and I understand that it's whatever difficult and just trying things out. But as an end user, my one disappointment was that. Like otherwise, it's like this was great. I guess obviously this I think cannot replace the in-person stuff. I think this is a great opportunity for people to share, but I also think the in-person stuff has so much value, and so Belfast is going to be really great. But thanks so much for making this happen, Galen.
Thank you. Take it away, Dennis.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to echo what Rob said, which is it's hard to choose which talk to attend, because they're all really good and they're all really relevant. And I do understand the tension between giving a lot of opportunity for people to share their work and time constraints and all that. So just as we consider another one of these things, potentially there's an option to have fewer talks with group engagement, like full group engagement. And one of the reasons I at least suggest that is because there's lots of new names here that I think is great. But it'd be really awesome to hear about insights from some of the newer developers who we just don't get to hear from as much as we'd like to. And that would be potentially an opportunity. If we had one track that everybody was participating in, maybe that gives some of the newer developers a chance to chime in or weigh in or participate in a way that might be a little bit more difficult by splitting into multiple tracks. But with all that as a caveat, I'll just say, as someone who's had to organize events like this, that there's no single right way or wrong way to do it, and you really did a really lovely job. So I appreciate the effort, and by no means, am I trying to criticize? I think it was really, really great.
No, not at all. I completely agree. I think it's awesome to see names I don't recognize, like everybody who's here who it's their first time joining an Arches developer event of any kind. Like, we're really glad to have you. And yeah, to echo what Dennis said, like, we definitely want this to be a space for folks to ask questions and tell us about the work they're doing. So yeah, thank you for that.
I'm wondering when we want to do this again. I think this was great. And do we want to do this before Belfast? Because it was only a few months ago that we met in LA, and there was plenty to talk about today.
I think it's a good question, Cyrus. And as one person with one vote, I would vote that it would be lovely to do this at least once more before we meet in Belfast. And potentially a theme for that next meeting might be to talk about what would be of high interest to discuss in Belfast. Maybe it's a way of talking about not only what people are working on, but what people want to hear about when we actually do meet and we're all in the same place at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Rob, go ahead.
I don't want to put too much Farallon input here, but one idea maybe to sort of facilitate or to both answer that question and also facilitate this idea of like people wanting to hear more stuff would be to have more frequent but shorter meetings, something more like the user group meetings, but that are developer focused, where I don't know what it is, every other month, every quarter, whatever it is, but it's only like an hour or maybe an hour and a half or something like that. And people can just sign up and it's just a rolling thing, and if something like that could have momentum and people were willing to participate, which certainly I would be happy to participate myself. Then maybe that could be a good way to approach these virtual meetings. Because as much as it's nice to think of it as like a virtual conference, the one thing it doesn't have the feel of is a conference. It's like the talks are excellent and the people are all excellent, but I'm not hanging out with you all right now. Having it be more just like a virtual meeting that occurs somewhat regularly, and a person or group gets to present at that thing, or maybe two. I don't know, maybe that's a better fit than trying to carve out 4 hours that people can all attend across continents, or 3 hours or whatever it was.
One thing that's potentially nice about that is it could lower the bar for the amount of organization that has to happen. Again, thinking about how much work that you put into this, Galen, a more regularly scheduled sort of, here's somebody who's going to give a presentation and there's an opportunity for discussion, seems like it might require less effort than having to chase down 4 different speakers over 3 hours. And anyway, it's something to potentially think about.
Yeah, no, I mean, that sounds like a great idea. I think it wasn't terribly challenging, but I think the biggest challenge of this was just organizing the simultaneous tracks to maximize the amount of time. But I do like the idea of something a little bit shorter and maybe more frequent. Maybe like a double lineup for a shorter duration of time. Yeah, I think these are all great ideas. Yeah, go ahead, Cyrus. Yeah.
One other thing that I kind of regret that we didn't discuss was the idea of working groups. Back during the back in LA, we had talked about having like a working group for Docker. I think there were other working groups that were suggested, and those really haven't materialized. A lot of things from that meeting did materialize. We got a QGIS plugin from Samuel now as part of the Arches project, GitHub project. And we got defaulted I and the pluggable permissions merged into core. And there were a lot of things, great outcomes of that meeting. But we haven't done any of those working groups, and I think that would be something that we probably should do. I know Brett was interested in talking about Docker. I mentioned that recently. So anyway, maybe we can discuss those at the next meeting. Or I suppose we could also just schedule those on Slack if we wanted to. And maybe we'll get an update on the QGIS plugin. Looks like Samuel has done more work on that, so it's great.
Okay, well, it sounds like there's definitely interest to have some iteration of this before our Belfast in-person meeting. Yeah, I will definitely be stewing on that and reaching out to folks, and that will be in the brainstorm process shortly. Thank you all for attending. It's been awesome. It's honestly, even though it was a little early for me, it was like a great way to start my day. So thank you all for that. And if there's anything else that folks would like to say, any other announcements, anything like that, you've got about 1 minute, because we're over time. So I want to make sure I respect folks' other engagements.
Thanks again, Galen. This was great. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Galen, and also Nina and Annabelle, and also Cyrus. Thanks to all of you. This was really, really great.
Yeah,
and all the presenters too.
Thanks, Rob. Definitely thanks to Nina. She really helped a lot, and as Galen knows,
she put a lot of thought into how this was going to work. So definitely thanks to Nina, who's on here as Artist Project.
Thanks everybody for joining. It was really interesting to listen in.
Nina, you're the MVP.
And Phil mentioned as well in the chat again to keep an eye on the forum for updates about the Belfast meeting. So we'll be highlighting that on social media and everything as it comes.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm just gonna post the link to the feedback form one more time, just in case anyone's feeling like doing that, which would be great and super helpful. And I will be following up with everybody who RSVP'd with links to our recorded sessions. And they will also be released on the Arches Project YouTube channel, just publicly anyway. So check out for that. But thank you all.